This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Well, now that would be good if I actually add, the video to it all. Anyway, good morning or welcome aboard. Yes, sir. You got to there's got to be a level of trust between me and Sean. Because it's not like we're always like talking to each other in the morning before we go on. Like it's just one of those things, like it's a symbiotic type of relationship. And so he'll kickstart the show, but then if I have this going on, he doesn't really know if I'm there or not. You know what I'm saying? And so I got to then turn that on in order for him to know that I'm there. You know what I'm saying? And then on the flip side, I'm getting ready, then, I got to hear the music. But I'm guaranteed that I'm going to hear the music because he's going to be there. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things that we really count on each other. And it always works out, actually, which is a beautiful thing. Although, Sean, your girl is stepping down from WWE, bro. That was a bombshell yesterday. Damn. Wow, that was big, big news in the wrestling world.
Well, not it's big, but not as big. I'm sorry. I'm a little,
okay. All right. You tell me. Were you expecting this or something?
I wasn't expecting it, but she had taken a leave before the scandal broke, and then she came back as the CEO, I believe, just so there was a McMahon in charge. And now that Vince is back, she went kind of back on that leave. However you want to look at this, because now there's reports all last night that the company's being sold to the Saudis.
Right.
So if that is, maybe that's why she stepped down. Again, there's so much. I don't know when the whole thing started that he sold to the Saudis. I think maybe it might have started because she stepped down, because their views on women and
you mean you mean Stephanie doesn't want to work with the Saudis? I mean, they're so accepting of women. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, she
doesn't have a veil hanging out around her house?
No, apparently.
Okay, all right.
She's not wear it, but I can't remember. I remember the three that I heard were the Saudis, Comcast, and NBC Universal were the three that were the to me, what I was relayed was the Saudis were kind of the dark horse, but they could probably give the most money besides Comcast.
Okay.
But so again, if he does sell it to the Saudis, to me, that's an FU to everybody. This is something I built. This is something that's not going to last if I'm not around.
Right.
And that's the way I feel, because I can't see it lasting if they, with the views they have and what they do on programming, I can't see.
You're going to lose your female side of
I can't see that not colliding in the product is what I'm saying. Like, I don't see them letting the product stay the way it is. The risqueness, the women, you know what I'm saying? I think something would change.
You're telling me that the other leagues are celebrating this because this is going to open up the door for the other ones to grow then.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the root beer league is already like making big time inroads, right?
Well, there was a thing on Bravado with odds of who would buy it, and Tony Khan was actually on the odds to buy WWE. But again, I think it does bode well for them, just because I know a lot of the talk yesterday was, and again, we've heard it with the NFL when, if they sell to the Saudis, I'm not going to watch. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. And we'll see what actually happens if the sale does go through. But I thought the funniest thing too.
That's weird that he would sell it to something that could end up destroying it instead of selling it to something that could preserve it.
Well, I always said if Vince wasn't there, he would do, I thought, everything to, again, this is what he built. He told his dad, I would not buy the territories, knowing he was damn right going to go and start tearing up the territory. He had this plan, and if you've watched any of the stories, he bought Capital Wrestling from his dad, and then under the thing that he would not go and basically destroy territory wrestling. It's exactly what he did.
Right.
That's why he made his empire, and then WCW came along, and they were only as good as their money from Ted Turner. And then now, to me, it's, look, I built this and I'm going to tear it down, because also the other thing is, if the Saudis buy it, they're going to take it private. It's no longer going to be a publicly traded company. It'll go private. So, but again, if they do buy it, that money, the shareholders will probably be happy, because they're going to make some money out of this deal.
Yeah.
The ones that at least have, a good group of shares there. But
they better get the hell out.
Yeah. Well, I thought the funniest thing was, because, the Jaguars made the playoffs. Not that they're going to go far, but the thing going around was WWE always sends a championship belt to the champions of the Super Bowl. They make a WWE belt, and they're like, how funny would it be if the Jaguars won the Super Bowl and WWE has to send Tony Khan, who's the owner of AEW, a championship belt from the WWE. But now that's probably, again, they're saying, if, again, I woke up late this morning, so I haven't been on, but I was on till about 1 o'clock this morning, and they're saying it could go through today, tomorrow. And the other caveat to this whole thing was that supposedly, if the Saudis buy it, Vince McMahon comes back as head of creative.
Right. Yeah.
So he sticks around, he's paid, and he becomes the head of creative, which, again, if you watched the product before when he was there, then it's going to be tough.
But will they allow him to do that? That's the question.
He'll do whatever, as long as he's making that money.
Because they're going to hold events over there.
Well, they already do. They get $55 million every event they hold over there. So,
right, but they're going to hold even more now. Is the
No, that's what I'm saying. It's going to change. I believe there's no way it cannot change the product you watch on TV today.
Right. Yeah.
Because I can't believe that they're not going to put their fingerprint on. You're not going to be able to see,
of course,
the risqueness of the women and all that stuff. So, and then the other thing that was brought up was, if the Saudis do buy it, which American TV will sell it? Which will buy the rights to air it?
Well, you know what? Don't they own golf too, right? Or Live Golf, that is.
Live, yeah.
So isn't that like on YouTube? Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's where they're going. YouTube.
Probably. Because their rights will come up, the streaming and everything else. So again, this is if it comes down to money, I believe it'll go to the Saudis. If it comes down to them wanting to keep the product out there, I believe NBC Universal or Comcast or one of those will win it out. But if it's money wise, which I believe it might be, it's going to be the Saudis.
Crazy. All right. It's a hell of a story. And by the way, the Squared Circle Digest will return next week, actually, or maybe in 2 weeks or 3, or maybe after the Super Bowl. It all depends. We'll find out this afternoon. All right, let's talk a little basketball. Last night, man. Last night, the Miami Heat, they joined Jose Canseco, A-Rod, and many other juicers that have gone 40-40, right? Isn't that what happened? Didn't they do that yesterday, Ira? They steroids and they got to 40-40? Is that what happened last night? Is that what I watched?
You know what? That's one of those things that keeps building, and you keep saying to yourself, okay, they're going to miss. And then Jimmy gets that 3-point play at the end and, like, don't miss now. That was astounding. Yeah. This team has never.
By the way, you weren't listening to the broadcast, because Stan Van Gundy was, okay, I don't want to jinx him, but, the Heat have to miss a free throw. They will miss a free throw. So he tried to reverse jinx, and
don't kid yourself. And the team hates that. The team has even basically told its in-house broadcasters, don't jinx our players. I know Andy Ellisberg is a big believer in you don't tempt the mojo, but that was remarkable, because you don't realize it's happening until it starts happening. The Heat had never gone better than 30 for 30, which is damn impressive. And that was like 20 years ago against the Celtics. So And yet, as Kurt and I will talk about on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show, it took everything the Heat had just to get past Oklahoma City, except everything the Heat didn't have on their roster. So it really was a wild night, Big O.
All right, so more impressive, 40 for 40 at the free throw line, or the fact that Oladipo continues to hold up and play pretty well. And that, like you just mentioned, that three-pointer was freaking enormous. And by the way, it was all net, too. That was the other thing. It was a beautiful shot. It was all net. What's more impressive, the recovery and return of Oladipo or 40 for 40?
I think, as a matter of fact, you're going to point to one play. Kurt and I will talk about some others. But the fact that Victor Oladipo found Jimmy Butler beneath the basket for that late three-point play, to me, shows me this is not a guy who's just looking to create his own offense. There is more. And let's face it, we're going to talk about the free throws. We're going to talk about Jimmy's three-point play. We're going to talk about Victor Oladipo. But if Sean can even pull up the video during one of the breaks, and it's on my Twitter, we have to talk so much about Dwayne Dedmon. Because holy crap. He got teed up for arguing with his own coach. He got ejected because he was going to his own locker room. I've never seen that. And that was one of those moments we were all sitting there going, what the hell just happened?
He hates massage guns.
Must be. It's a good thing we're sponsored by redrecover.com and not Theragun, or else we would have had his whole segment there. But, man, that was crazy. And if anyone has ever seen one of those Theragun machines or whatever, those are not lightweight.
Oh, no.
If you get hit by a flying one of those while you're on the court of the game, it's pretty serious. I think we're talking reasonable size NBA suspension coming down later today or tomorrow, and we'll get to that also on our redrecover.com Inside.
Is there a reasonable release coming after that too? Just wondering.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from all that. You handle that how you want on the next 3 hours of the Big O show.
I mean, when Spoelstra says the last part was unacceptable, that to get Spoelstra to say unacceptable, that's, he doesn't really ever criticize.
No, we could be in Myers-Leonard territory for a different reason, but a similar situation.
Yes, a completely different situation. Yeah, but that was one that was tough. All right. We got 1 hour of hardcore NBA and Miami Heat talk, so strap it in, get ready, as Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan will take over with our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. redrecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome back for another week of Inside the Paint, brought to you by redrecover.com. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel, and over there and out in LA, he's Kurt Heelan from NBCSports.com, Pro Basketball Talk. Kurt, there was so much to unfold from what happened with the Heat last night, and really this crazy season. I know we already got a bunch of text here or on our YouTube chat board. Feel free. We'll get to your questions also. I also don't want to do to you what a lot of people do to me on radio shows. So I'm going to set you up something first, Kurt, with something to think about, and then I'll go with your answer after, and that's this. After what Dwayne Dedmon did yesterday, the public confrontation, national TV with his coach, the storming off the court, the flinging, slapping, however it got to the court, of that apparently Theragun massage personal training machine, the instant ejection. Just want you to collect your thoughts here. And if you could just think of any similar incidents where, one, the coach let it slide because the coach said, I'm a player's coach, I let it go, or 2, where it just led to sort of an instant ouster from the team or stay home or we'll handle it on our own. And while you're doing that, I asked Sean Stanley, our producer, during the break here, leading into our show with our crosstalk with Big O. Sean, if by any chance you have those available to pull up, I posted 2 videos on my Twitter last night, one of the scene on the bench and the other of the actual machine going on the court. So, Sean, would you have those available to possibly pull up now and show folks there? This is the scene on the bench. So this is what precipitated. That's Eric Spoelstra. That's Caron Butler. This is an early innocuous timeout during the game. And if Sean hits the play button.
Frustration.
And you could see there, this was national TV. This was on the Turner coverage. Eric Spoelstra never lets himself get too emotional on the bench. Dwayne Dedmon is always very emotional. But even for Spo to show this type of emotion in a moment like this, as the camera pans away from Turner on what happens there. And Sean, if we have that other video, there's one of the actual gun going on the court. Not gun, I shouldn't say that. Massage gun going on the court. Yes. It was just the craziness of the moment. So Dwayne Dedmon storms to the locker room, clearly had a difference of opinion with Eric Spoelstra. And as he's walking off the court, we all see something fly onto the court. I thought it was a water bottle from the stands. We've seen that before. One of the ball boys who cleans up the court runs on, takes care of it. And it wasn't until after when you could see Dwayne Dedmon sort of swats it aside when someone might have been handing it to him. He's had plantar fasciitis in his foot. They might have said, hey, go back, take care of your foot. And maybe there's a medical subtext to this also. All of that said, Heat culture, Eric Spoelstra, players coach, all of that going on. And I guess if this maybe is the end of it, Sean, I don't know if this is actually the one that shows it being flung. I think you might have the moment there or not. As you take us back here or not, I guess we'll see. This might still be the bench scene.
What does he really do as a center? Like I said, I know he's still dealing with this foot injury.
I guess not. So anyway, the Theragun comes out on the court. Kurt, I'm going to ask you this. There have been times before with the Miami Heat where Pat Riley had a zero tolerance policy. Smush Parker once had an incident with a parking valet. It got ugly. It got in a police report. He was gone. There was a time when Todd Day dared challenge Pat Riley in the locker room. He was gone. And then Pat Riley realized it's a different time. It's a different league. It's a players' league. But I want to put one more caveat before I throw it to Kurt Heelan, and that's this. I think we all know the overriding factor in so many of these things. No, maybe Sean will find it for us here. It's a hardworking producer we got back there.
Onto the court. Check this out. Coming.
So if you watch, all of a sudden, Gabe Vincent, I believe it was, is dribbling up, and all of a sudden something flies onto the court and play is stopped. And no one quite knows what's going on here. It's sort of flung into the backcourt here on this play, and they had to stop. There it is, right there. And you can see it thrown on the court where the arrow is. No one knew what was going on. On the left is the pathway to the Heat locker room at FTX Arena, and that's sort of where we wound up. Kurt, 2 questions here. And I know this is long-winded because I want you to collect your thoughts. Number one, I always think it depends on if the player's producing or not. And let's face it, if Jimmy Butler did this, if Bam Adebayo did this, not that I'm saying it's their character, I think it's different than a player who has the worst plus-minus of the season for the Heat. That said, that's my soliloquy. Thank you, Sean Stanley, for the video. Kurt Heelan, or as I like to call you at 9 a.m. on Wednesdays, Adam Silver. 1, how do you adjudicate this, Adam Silver? 2, Kurt's other nickname, Pat Riley, how do you adjudicate this internally? Your thoughts, Kurt Heelan?
Yeah, Adam and I share a hairstyle, and that's I kind of think about it. I think you've got to – I think you were right. I mean, they're always light on the suspensions in the Silver era. I mean, maybe it's been a little tougher under Dumars lately, but it's probably a game, though. But this wasn't throwing a water bottle or a Gatorade cup onto the floor that can be wiped up. I mean, this was something that could have theoretically genuinely hurt someone. I think you're going to see a 1-game suspension, maybe 2. Maybe. I first off, I feel like the NBA suspension rules are like roulette. And I suck at roulette, for the record. It feels random to me. So we'll see. The other part of that, though, is you hit the nail on the head for me. Yeah, it is a players' league, and if you're a I don't even say you have to be Jimmy Butler. If you're a quality role player, you get a slap on the wrist and you go your own way. I don't know that Dwayne Dedmon has reached that point. This was a game, and I think you wrote about this for sure. I was thinking at a time, I'm like, Dwayne, Adebayo's not playing. Jovic can't play. Yurtsevin can't play. Like, nobody is out there. Yes. You guys are short centers. I don't know what the argument was about, if it was about minutes, if it was about whatever. But they were
I think, just to interrupt you, I think it was a defensive coverage on the previous play. As you know, Kurt, the Heat are meticulous, especially when they're playing their zone switching. Dwayne wound up at the top. There was no resistance at the rim. I think that's what it was. At least that was the previous play before that timeout. Okay,
that would make some sense. But when you're Dwayne Dedmon, you don't get to do this. You've got to pick your spots, man. This is an opportunity for you. This is a night all these other centers are out. If you want to get more minutes, if you want to move up in the playing rung, go out there and dominate. Go out there and play your best game, and you have a better chance of getting that opportunity down the line. And to do this, I think that's what's got to bother the Heat organization the most to me, is that on a night you couldn't afford to lose a center, and you're willing, Kane is out there playing the 5. Dedmon gets himself in trouble. And that's the kind of thing that, look, they're not going to just waive him tomorrow because he's still got trade value. But is he there past the buyout?
Yeah, there's a couple of things I want to unwrap here. And to me, if you listen to any portion of our show, listen to this, because I think this is the most fascinating. If Dwayne Dedmon is suspended by the NBA, the Miami Heat receive salary cap and luxury tax relief. Each game Dwayne Dedmon is suspended by the NBA, the Heat get 1 player day back under the luxury tax. In other words, they could sign a player earlier toward the end of the season. They could use that toward a 10-day contract, knocks off 1 or 2 a day of the days of that salary. That comes off the books. If the Heat suspend Dwayne themselves, there's no luxury tax. There's no salary cap relief. I was speaking to someone close to the team during this incident. We were texting back and forth. And he had one of the best, I would never have thought of this. He goes, this could be the first time ever a team gets something handed down, the preliminary notice from the league, and they go, 2 games, I think you should suspend them longer. Or instead of appealing the suspension, they appeal for a longer suspension. Because if Dwayne does get 3 or 5 days, it could clear the way for them to sign a 10-day player in the interim instead. So when people go, when are the Heat going to act? They are not going to act before the NBA. They want the NBA to handle this. I agree, Kurt, what you said about, obviously, at least it's a 1-game suspension, but this was a dangerous situation. Oh, yeah. This was not a good look. Even if it was accidental and he was just swatting someone aside, not thinking it would fly onto the court, it created a dangerous situation. Like you said, if someone got hit, fortunately, it was in the back court. The ball was in the front court. I understand all that. So you have that going on. Number 2, over the last 2 weeks, yes, Dwayne Dedmon has dealt with plantar fasciitis in his foot. He's dealt with, he was in NBA health and safety protocols, the COVID protocols. This time, their frustrating season. But Orlando Robinson, a player on a 2-way contract who went undrafted out of Fresno State, was getting minutes ahead of him. Haywood Highsmith was getting minutes in the power rotation, often ahead of him. Dwayne Dedmon at the 41-game mark, 1 game before yesterday, playing about a quarter of the minutes of Bam Adebayo. His plus-minus was a team worst -90 this season. If you extrapolate that into Bam Adebayo's minutes, you're talking about someone who was a -360. Now, I know, Kurt, you know this also. Coaches will also tell us plus-minus is an overrated statistic. It's like batting average in baseball. There's so much more to it. It's what situation in the game you're in, who are you playing alongside. I get all of that. But sometimes the rawness of the number makes the number real regardless. And I think the Heat would like nothing more than to move off Dwayne Dedmon, except for one fact. He is a salary. And a salary that could be used to aggregate with another player or throw into a trade. And therefore, until February 9th, if you summarily dismiss him, you can't throw that number into a trade. Yep. So there's all this NBA sort of backstory and backroom kind of stuff also. Eric Spoelstra spoke about how I like when we get gnarly. He spoke about that incident. But then he also said at the end, it was unacceptable. So let me give you a third title. You played the role of Adam Silver. You played the role of Pat Riley. You are Eric Spoelstra, trying to command the respect, which you do. You're right up there with Pop when it comes to respect. Trying to show there have to be rules and decorum as well, because you're a professional. Publicly, Eric Spoelstra never denigrates a player. He just doesn't. But there's also a locker room. There's also a coaching suite. So, Kurt, Eric Spoelstra, Heelan, let me ask you this. How would you handle this situation privately in the coach's suite if you were Eric Spoelstra?
I think you're having a long talk with Pat Riley and Andy and the front office. And, hey, what are we going to do here? How are we going to handle this? Because you can, like you said, you wait for the league to suspend and do whatever they're going to do. Then you address it. I think as a coach, you kind of have to address this first one-on-one with the player. That is the professional thing to do. You still, whatever is coming down, this is something you got to deal with man-to-man, face-to-face, be direct with him and tell him what's going on. I think that, though, you have to know what you better have your ducks in a row. You better sit down with Andy and Pat and be like, all right, look, I don't need him. What are we going to do? And like you said, nothing's going to happen before February 9th, really, outside of the potential suspension. But I don't know. I think I don't want to say crossed a line, but for a player in his position, that at the very least walks right up to the line.
Yeah. My comparison would be this and the Myers-Leonard situation, completely different. Yeah. One was on court. One was an anti-Semitic comment during a video stream. But at the end of the day, the Heat, even with the league suspension of Myers-Leonard, held on to him long enough to use his salary at the trading deadline to acquire Trevor Ariza. Now, it didn't work out great. I believe that was the season they were swept out of the playoffs by the Bucks, but it was worth a try. Similar situation, by the way, to this year, where the Heat were also lacking a power forward. They took a flyer on Trevor Ariza to see what happens. I could see the Dedmon salary going somewhere. Not as a player. Myers-Leonard never played a game for the Thunder. He was summarily waived. The Heat took care of that. They made the money work. Same thing would happen with Dwayne Dedmon. You can give, I think this year's the numbers up to like $6 million you could send out in a trade. So whatever Dwayne is still due, you send that money plus a sweetener, like the Noah Vonleh trade with San Antonio last week, where the team says, okay, you basically want us to take a player. We're under the tax. We're under the cap. And you're going to give us an extra $500,000. Works for us. So I think Dwayne Dedmon stays with the Heat till February 9th. I think they know now he's not the answer. They hope that Omer Yurtseven, who's back on his feet after the ankle surgery, comes around a little bit also. But I think it's a real testing moment to see how much leeway Eric Spoelstra is willing to give and how much you put up with a player who, frankly, is not producing this season. He is a dinosaur center, the kind of lumbering big man in today's switch everything, get out on the perimeter. I know he's made some threes, but not really. I mean, you don't see those kind of players. He played the Suns last week. We didn't see Bismack Biyombo. Those kind of players, again, I'm going to put Kurt on the spot without any time to think because I'm an awful radio show host. Kurt, lumbering big men with limited skill sets. Now, there is one in the league who produces, and that's Jonas Valanciunas, but he has a far more wide-ranging skill set. The other guy who might come closest to this, but again, on a higher level, is Steven Adams. And he can pull it off. But the backup big man, the backup lumberer, the Jamal McGlure back in the day, does that exist? Is that needed? Is that useful anymore in today's NBA?
The only reason you keep a guy like that around is a matchup right now. And I guess maybe you could throw Robin Lopez a little bit in that group. But what you're thinking is, and if you're Miami, hey, we might have to face Philly in a postseason series, and I got to have bodies to throw at Joel Embiid. It can't just be. But I think he's still your second or third center, and it's somewhat interchangeable. You can go get other. DeMarcus Cousins is floating around out there. Not that they're going to go after him, but like you can go get a big body.
Well, I got a name for you. Maybe on a 10-day, maybe beyond, who does the rebounding that he'd need late situations. Last night they almost gave up a horrible rebound on a missed free throw before Victor Oladipo made a steal. Just to have a body. I'm going to give you a name. You want to guess it? Give you initials? Let me put Kurt. Matter of fact, you got to remember, folks, one thing also. Kurt is out in the LA area. It's a little after 6 a.m. He's barely awake right now, and I am pestering him with all these challenges here. I'm going to give you clues, okay, on the player I'm thinking. Former Cleveland Cavalier.
Well, it's not Ilgauskas. I'm trying to think who did the Cavs have that was a big body?
Kardashian.
Oh, Tristan Thompson.
Tristan Thompson. Now again,
that's actually a good one because there's a guy who, for whatever he does or does not bring you on the court anymore, guys love him in the locker room. Like, he is a popular player with other players.
And he's that kind of body you could throw against Embiid. You're not counting on Tristan Thompson to score or make free throws or do anything else. You're counting on him to, hey, let's go ahead and give us 5 fouls, keep Bam out of foul trouble, let Bam take a break on Tobias Harris in that kind of matchup or something else like that. So I do think there are other possibilities, honestly, that you can divorce yourself in this case from Dwayne Dedmon, but still find a body out there if you can make it work under the tax. So part 2 of this equation is, I know it's a long segment on one subject. We will get to the Heat. We will get to the games. We will get to the schedule. We will get to your chat board, but to have open right here is this. So much of what the Heat do next is predicated on the luxury tax. So much of the luxury tax is predicated on the Miami Heat's thought of this. We will pay the tax if we're a contender. Kurt Helin, when you see the best of the Miami Heat's moments in the last week or so, the win over the Clippers, the win over the Suns, a very competitive game against the Nets when Kyrie was spot on and Durant was spot on for almost 3/4 of that game. Last night's game, the fortitude to hold off, being shorthanded. Okay, so let's see. So far in our show, Kurt Helin has been Adam Silver, Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra. I won't even make you an owner. I'll make you a CEO. You're now Nick Arison. Have you seen enough to spend into the tax to forego a $10 million NBA payment to risk the possible repeater tax 3 or 4 years down the road based on what you've seen from the Heat to this point?
Not unless you're bringing back, let's put it this way, not for a role player. You are bringing back something a 4 that genuinely changes the dynamic. But look, I'm not doing it for Jay Crowder, to be blunt. Like, okay, Jay's nice. Like, I like Jay, but if you're not moving the needle, because you're right, that peak Heat team that we've talked about, that you see moments of it, but I know Boston can get there and probably higher, and I know Milwaukee will probably get their act together. Whatever you think of Brooklyn, they've still got Kevin Durant if he can get back healthy. Like, I just don't know if over 7 games the Heat could beat those teams unless they add something considerable. And if it's something considerable, then I will. But I don't. By the way, I don't know that considerable is out there on the market right now. I don't.
No, that's interesting. Anyway, I don't want to belabor this, but I got to say this: we've done this show in 2 different venues. I've worked with 3 different co-hosts. We've gone almost 2 years right now, and I can honestly say that is the first time we've devoted a full segment to Dwayne Dedmon. So, folks, again, if you missed it, it's going to be on all your podcast outlets. Smash the like button. That, I believe, for the season is our Dwayne Dedmon segment. When we come back on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, I want to talk to Kurt about what the Heat have shown in recent games. If the Victor Oladipo thing, like Orlando Alzagari mentioned in our crosstalk, is real, genuine, and something you move forward with. And also, the Heat's next 2 games are against the Bucks. So might this be the litmus test that, like we said, opens the eyes to the Arisons and the front office that, hey, if we can do this now, maybe we can do more. And the other thing I want to get to is injuries, Heat and otherwise, and how you almost never see the real thing. National TV picks up the Heat game last night. No one plays. At what point does this become too much for even Adam Silver to stomach? We've got a lot to get to. That's your Dwayne Dedmon fill for the month, if not the year. And we'll be back right after this break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Canes Wear at Miami Fan Wear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Canes Wear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome back for our second segment of 3 on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, our weekly Around the NBA and Miami Heat show. Ira Winterman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com out there in the Los Angeles area. Our first segment was our annual Dwayne Dedmon-a-thon. So if you missed any of that, you can catch it on all of the Big O Show's podcast outlets. Smash the like button. Just don't smash as hard as maybe Dwayne Dedmon would. To sort of sum that up, I think Dwayne gets, a multiple game suspension from the NBA. I think it then is coerced or asked by the Heat to take some time away from the team. They'll say because of his plantar fasciitis. They'll say just to get back in better shape. They'll work through other things. That's what I think the Heat are going to approach it. We'll know that today and in days going forward. I want to turn to so many other things. And I guess the other part of it is if there wasn't the Dwayne Dedmon moment, if there wasn't a close game last night, I would be on here talking to Kurt Heelan about no Bam Adebayo, no Tyler Hero, no Caleb Martin, no Kyle Lowry, national TV. Kurt, it's not just the Heat. It's every team I look at. It's your Clippers out there. You never know day to day. Your Lakers, certainly legitimate injuries, but also LeBron picking and choosing days off and days not off here. I don't know of any other product where you prepay for the product with an expectation of a certain level of quality and get something different. To me, it's like down here, the supermarket chain is Publix, whatever it is out there, Bonds or whatever. You go to a supermarket, you buy a package of hot dogs, and you expect 6 hot dogs, and you open up, and there's only 4. And they go, yeah, we're a little short today. We're having trouble packing the hot dogs. And it just seems to me, I guess I'll use the term, are NBA players turning into weenies? Or is there something about this sport where you no longer expect to see everyone during the regular season? Because when I was walking yesterday between the Eric Spoelstra interview and then to the Oklahoma City Thunder interview room, people were just saying the regular season doesn't matter anymore in the NBA. That 20 of the 30 teams get a chance to make the playoffs. That going into the season, 5 teams decided they don't want to make the playoffs, maybe more this season because of the lottery. Kurt, this diluted product, they're still getting ratings, they're still getting money, they're going to get a fantastic new television deal, they're going to get a new streaming deal, we know that's all coming. But does the NBA, honestly, inside the teams, from the Players Association, do they give a rat's ass or a crap about the regular season anymore?
It doesn't feel like it. I mean, the second TNT game last night with the Suns, I mean, it was Steph Curry's return, and they buzzed that. The Suns were without Booker, Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, 4/5 of their starters, plus campaign off the bench and others. They were decimated. They still won, but they were like decimated. But it's just that the players and the league are showing you and I, they're showing us, the fans, what they think of the regular season, how much it matters to them night to night. They show up for certain spots. They pick their moments. They get enough wins to make sure they make the postseason at whatever level they're trying. And I don't want to say every team does this. I think some teams, Denver's showing up every night right now. Like certain teams they missed a lot of time. Their head key guys out early. But if I'm spending money or spending time in front of the television or streaming it on my phone or whatever, why am I investing that time? What am I getting? There comes a point where this is going to start to bite them in the regular season. I'm with you. I think there comes a point where they've got to find a way to improve the regular season product, because while they're getting some ratings, I just think long term, look, we tune in because we want to see baseball guys show up most nights. Hockey is notorious for it. The NFL, the season's too short not to, right? Like you better those meaningless games. You know, ask the Dolphins how much they'd like to have a couple back from early in the season. The NBA has gotten there, and outside of shortening the season, which is we're not even going to go down that road. Like I don't know how you get there, how you encourage teams, because right now they're all like you said, it's like, hey, we're going to pick and choose our spots, try to get into the postseason, and then go from there.
You know, it's interesting. Stan Van Gundy, when he went on his Twitter and picked his all-stars, he even mentioned he has an 80% cutoff. He says in any other line of work, if you don't show up for at least 4 out of every 5 days, you probably don't have work after a while. So he left off players like Joel Embiid and others, got some feedback on that. We spoke about this on a previous redrecover.com Inside the Paint. I don't know if players will be motivated enough if you tell them you don't qualify for an award unless you appear in 80% of the games. Do you think the Players Association, knowing there are bonuses attached, and the players, do you think they would ever go for that? Allow that?
I will say, by the way, I feel differently about the All-Star game because it's kind of an exhibition for the fans.
Sure.
But it does apply. Like when I've been fortunate the last few years to have a vote or postseason awards. It absolutely applies if you're thinking about MVP or Defensive Player of the Year. Your value to your team goes down if you're not there. You know, but I don't know how much that motivates the team, and I don't know that the players' union would ever allow it. And there's also, like you mentioned, the problem partially is there are very legitimate injuries. I don't like. You know, guys are missing time because they are legitimately banged up. And then but you compound that with the guys getting a lot of time off to recover, because we need Jimmy Butler to be able to go out at 110%, 40 minutes a night come April. And whatever we've got to do to get him there, we're going to do.
And I get that. And so when the Heat issued their injury report yesterday, it said, we all saw Bam Adebayo holding the wrist after that dunk. We saw it wrapped after the game. We knew he was going to miss time. I think he's going to miss a lot of time. I think he's going to be out at least the rest of the week, maybe longer. That's just my thought. We also saw Tyler Hero fall on the court at the end of the game against Brooklyn when he slipped on a wet spot. So the fact that it's Achilles is worse than I thought an ankle, that's legitimate time off also. I have no issue with that. Caleb Martin played, didn't play with the quad. I totally get it. You don't want to bounce in and out. You want to get something right, especially a soft tissue injury. I get that also. When I saw Kyle Lowry with knee soreness, that's the point I said, and I know this is old school and what players used to push through. I thought on one hand, like in this situation, don't you push through that when 3 of your fellow starters are out? Yeah. But on the other hand, you got signed as a 36-year-old player, so you knew a player like that might miss some time also. That, to me, is where it gets a little bit sideways, when guys are protecting themselves for their future, and maybe the team is protecting themselves for more important games, and you throw aside and you kick to the curb a game like yesterday, when instead Jimmy Butler has to do anything and everything to sort of make it work there. So I just think it's a tough situation. I will say this. If you were at FTX Arena or whatever it's called next last night, you got a hell of a show. It was fun. Yeah. Every minute of that game mattered. But if you were sitting there wearing an Adebayo jersey, a Hero jersey, I doubt it, but a Caleb Martin jersey, a Kyle Lowry jersey, you also didn't get to see the player you came to see, and that's a shame. And in a lot of other product lines and even entertainment, you would get a rain check or a ticket to another game or something like that. And I think that's where the NBA really fails its fans, because when you're at the game, you can't switch the channel and see what else is on or what better is on. I do want to get to the chat board. I've been ignoring this. Some of these went above my timeline here. I can't get to them. Steve chimed in and says, congratulations, Victor, you've made it. I never know with these things also if they're not talking to Big O about a concert tour he's doing, but I'll assume it's about Victor Oladipo. Kurt Hieland, I want you to be honest here, because you rate a lot of players, you do stuff in the offseason, you look at rosters. Victor Oladipo, 3+ years of injuries, never able to get it quite right, had a nice little moment last season, in cup of coffee in the playoffs. Are you surprised where he is right now, or do you think he purposely planned this long road to get to where he is right now?
I think it's more the latter, didn't he? Like, he has been taking his time to make sure that he was fully healthy and could get back there to being the player he wants to be, which I think is the challenge for a lot of the guys coming off injury, right? Like, they have certain expectations of themselves and their body. Klay Thompson seemed to very publicly battle this year, right? Like, intellectually knowing he's never quite going to be pre-injuries Klay, versus mentally, like, I've got to get back to being that guy. I think Oladipo wanted to get back, but don't you feel like he's gotten pretty darn close? Like, the last couple of weeks, he has been, I'll tell you that I've heard from other people how he's turned heads around the league about, like, hey, they might really have a guy here who can help them considerably in the postseason.
And now I want to turn that around because, as you know, Kurt, one of the best things, we both get traffic on future and free agency and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Victor Oladipo has a player option for next season at about $9 million. As we've spoken about here on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint, Victor Oladipo left, I believe, over $100 million on the table with the Pacers, and he bypassed that contract extension. About $80 million or so with the Houston Rockets for 2 years when he bypassed that extension. Question. Getting inside the mind of Victor Oladipo. By the way, those who missed the first segment today on RedRecover.com, Kurt Hieland has already played the role of Adam Silver, Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra, Nick Arison. So I'm going to ask you now, play the role of Victor Oladipo. You have a $9 million 1 year left on the Heat, or you can go to free agency. Knowing who Victor is, what Victor thinks about Victor, and how the league works, opt in, take the $9 million, opt out, go on the market. What do you think Victor Oladipo does?
I think, first off, I'm going to assume that I can play at this level the rest of the season and into the postseason and have an impact. I'm opting out. Not because I think I can make a lot more per season. He might just be a mid-level exception guy around 10 million. I want the security of years. After my injury history, I'll take 440. Or I don't know if somebody's going to give him a full 4. Maybe it's a team option on one of those years, but I want 3 or 4 years guaranteed. I want the security of that money. Some players do try to chase the money they lost. DeMarcus Cousins. Some games, but it doesn't really ever work out. The smart ones are like, hey, I've got to find a way. What's my best? Where am I? And this is not every agent pulls this off well. That's where you got to have that honest conversation. Like, hey, I know you want 20 million a year. You're not, that market's not out there for you, but you can get this. And if you're Victor Oladipo coming off all those years, don't you just want 3 years of security? I'm getting paid.
Wow. And it's interesting because Vic has gone through, I think, at least 4 agents already. Again, they didn't tell him what he wanted to hear. But I asked that question to Kurt Hieland from Pro Basketball Talk at NBCSports.com for this reason. The Miami Heat next season are still paying the Bam Adebayo extension. They are starting to pay next season the Tyler Hero extension. They are paying Jimmy Butler's huge contract, max contract. They are paying the final year, if they keep him, of Kyle Lowry's contract. They're going to be in the tax. They're going to be in the stratosphere when it comes to salary cap. Can the Miami Heat be the team that are forced to say, okay, Victor Oladipo, we're going to give you 3 years, $60 million. And the reason I ask you this, Kurt Hieland, is this. We're less than a month away, as you know, because it's what you do at Pro Basketball Talk over there from the NBA trading deadline. Is Victor Oladipo more valuable to the Miami Heat now as a roster player with an uncertain future, or is it trade chip?
Ooh, I think as a player right now, I'm not sure that the trade chip. First off, I haven't heard a lot of Victor Oladipo buzz. Maybe you're hearing stuff out there. I'm sure.
I'm just thinking it's going to percolate because people see
Yeah.
games like last night's and moments like that, and anyone can use a two-way guard in a league where there's so many one-way guards.
And this is, by the way, what happens, which is not at the Pat Riley, Andy Ellisberg level, but down the food chain a couple notches. Somebody calls their buddy with Miami Heat and says, so how committed are you guys to, like, you start feeling out where they are on Oladipo, and this is, hey, if they're not committed, what would interest you in getting, like, this starts at a lower level and then kind of, like you said, percolates up to deals that that's why I love the this time of year, the rumors, like, the Heat have had internal conversations about, the Heat have probably had internal conversations about 430
about
players.
Everyone, and that's what I'm told. Pat Riley has that personnel board behind him with all the names up there that were never allowed to photograph because they have them in a certain order. They talk about anyone and everyone, which is why I say there's been talk about maybe a Kyle Lowry trade for D'Angelo Russell's expiring contract. Does that make the Heat better in the moment? Maybe yes, maybe no. But if you can get off of Kyle Lowry's money for next season, then you have a salary slot for Victor Oladipo. Last night showed Victor Oladipo, short-term, meaning 2-3 years down the road, might give you more than, unfortunately, what Kyle Lowry has not given you this season.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking they're ancillary moves. I think if we see them trade Kyle Lowry's 2 years for a player's 1 year to clear space going forward, I think that opens the door a little bit more for Victor Oladipo and sort of changes things. The one thing I will say is this. You always hear players say, I like it here, what they've done for me, I want to grow here, until someone shows them the money. So I tend to understate that a little bit and dismiss that a little bit more, because I just think there's other factors. Want to stay with the chat board in this segment. Let's see where we go. Greater Good says the Heat never deliver a bad product. Kurt, one thing I think you'd agree with. The Heat may never be great in some years. They might not be a championship contender, as you mentioned in our first segment of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. But they also are not a team that's saying we're going to tank and go for the lottery, that they will always give you an honest night's work. And I think we saw that last night against the Thunder, didn't we? Shorthanded.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a culture that isn't, like you said, isn't going to tank, isn't going to, hey, let's just go all in for Wembanyama. We're not going to pivot and go that direction. There will be teams doing that over the coming weeks. I think that that's an advantage. And I think the other thing you can do when you're in that situation, if you're Detroit right now, which is having a rough season and they don't have their star in Cade Cunningham and they might trade Bogdanovich if somebody meets their price, you're still selling hope. Like, I think in some ways you can sell that hope for the future. I think with the Heat, you're walking a line of, hey, we could be really good this year. Like, we're not a team anybody wants to face in the first round versus, hey, by the way, we've still got Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero relatively young, and we can build towards the future. So they're kind of walking a line that so many teams
and that's why players want to sign. And that's why players want to sign here, because they know it's not going to be wasted years. Kyle Lowry thought in Toronto that Masai might rip it apart, and he didn't want to go to the bottom when they build it back up, and Toronto might do that. The Heat's not going to do that. Real quick, I want to get through a couple more of these. Alex agrees Tristan Thompson might be interesting. Papa said, I agree with Kurt about no Crowder to go into the luxury tax. I agree with that. Greater Good points out that Dedmon is having a significant drop-off since last season. That's undeniable. Greater Good, real quick, Kurt says, no Duncan Robinson talk. I don't see value there right now with 3 years left on the contract. Do you?
No. I mean, that maybe this offseason you can put him into a bigger deal, but right now I am not hearing a lot of buzz. Despite him bringing a valuable skill to the table, it's that 3 years that just teams don't really want to take.
And Alexis chimes in here. Dedmon has been outplayed by Orlando Robinson. Real quick, because I love to put Kurt on the spot here. Kurt, I know you're on the West Coast. Maybe you see some Fresno State. Maybe you didn't. Honestly, had you ever heard of Orlando Robinson till the Heat signed him on a two-way deal?
I had heard the name, but not that much. I have a cousin who graduated from Fresno State, so I get some Fresno State updates. But I'll be honest with you, I don't watch a lot of Bulldog basketball. And
fair enough. So he's impressing from starting from a blank slate and has done a good job. That's our second segment this week on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. In our third segment, I want to look back at some of the results of the Heat have played, but more importantly, look forward to the next two games. Thursday night, Milwaukee Bucks. Saturday afternoon, Milwaukee Bucks. Could this be the litmus test that gives us a true read on whether the Miami Heat could be contenders or remain pretenders? That and a lot more after this break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back for final segment number 3 on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com. Our first segment, we talked about Dwayne Dedmon. You can catch that on any of the Big O Show podcast outlets. We took some of your questions in the second segment. Generally in our third segment every week, usually we're on 9 a.m. on Wednesdays, we look forward to the week ahead. The week ahead sort of is the games ahead and is the opponents ahead. And that's the Milwaukee Bucks visiting FTX Arena Thursday night, staying in town. A little South Beach flu, maybe we'll see. 1 p.m. early start before the football on Saturday. A couple of things here, Kurt, to unwrap. First of all, because you've dealt with a lot of this and you have to do some predicting over there at Pro Basketball Talk. The Bucks are coming in on the second night of a back-to-back. I believe they play Atlanta tonight. But they know the Heat's a good opponent. There's been a very good rivalry with the team. Should we expect the full Milwaukee Bucks, or should we expect Milwaukee to do what they've done all season, which is really protect some of their older players on this second night of a back-to-back? We know the Heat will be shorthanded. I highly doubt Bam Adebayo's playing. It's highly questionable whether Tyler Hero's playing. Then you get to Caleb and Kyle Lowry. How do you think the Bucks approach the first of these 2 games, knowing there is another game on Saturday as well?
Yeah, their pattern this year has been to, like a lot of teams and like we've talked about, hey, which one are we more likely to win? I think they're going to look at the slumping Hawks, who are kind of got their internal issues, and think we can take that one. They really aren't resting Giannis a ton, but they are resting a lot of the guys around him. And Middleton's not playing, but Holiday gets a lot of nights off. They're not a team that can be throwing away too many games right now, but they might look at it that very way. I mean, they have not been great. They have not been great defensively or offensively in particular. Like after that 9-0 start. So they can't keep doing this, but right now I think they'd look at it and go, if we can take one from the Heat and take that Hawks game, they'll live with that.
It's interesting because in the East, there's been almost a flavor of the week. You have your Donovan Mitchell scoring outburst. Oh, look at the Cavs. They're great.
Yeah.
Then you have the Celtics winning streak. And oh, look at Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. The Jays have never played better together. They're great. Then the Nets win 13 out of 14. Durant comes around before he gets injured. Kyrie comes around. They really were great. Is this the typical NBA sleep on the Milwaukee Bucks because they're the same? Because we've seen the Lopez, we've seen the Antetokounmpo, we've seen the Drew Holiday a few times this year. We've seen the Middleton also. We can't stand Grayson Allen, so we don't see him. Are the Bucks just the kind of team that are just there, but will also be there at the finish?
They're consistent, and that's boring, isn't it? Like, we just know what they're going to be come the playoffs. And I think that's what when you talk about the contenders in the East, you have to put them in because we have seen them win a title in the last couple of years with pretty much this core. And as long as Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, and Giannis Antetokounmpo are healthy, they're going to be fine. Pat Connaughton, they've got, and nobody likes Grayson Allen, but they've got solid role players.
Joe Ingles also coming on.
Ingles has given them a boost. And Brook Lopez has been, I think it's been his best season. He has been phenomenal for them. So they picked their spots a little bit, but they are genuinely a team looking at the big picture. They're looking at where they are come April. And it'll be interesting to watch the jockeying for position because that 4-5 battle, which the Heat could theoretically get into, I'm not sure if they're going to get. We've talked about it. I'm not sure they're going to get all the way up there.
Right.
That's going to be 4-5 in the East is going to be brutal.
If you were the Heat and you could draft your opponent, which you can't, and even if they go to the old style they did in the G League where you pick your playoff opponent. So I'm going to throw all into the hat, all the possibilities, the Heat being 5 and 6, maybe even coming through the play-in round. So you can play Boston, you can play Brooklyn, you could play Milwaukee, you could play Cleveland, you could play Philadelphia. Let's go with those 5. I think those are trending as the top 5 seeds right now. Again, Milwaukee, Boston, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Brooklyn. Where do you think the Heat best match up to, I don't want to say steal a series, but honestly, the way the Heat are right now, it would be stealing a series. What's the matchup if they could maneuver, which they can't?
I still think it's Cleveland. They don't have a 3. They don't have somebody who can really guard Jimmy Butler. They present a size problem.
You don't think Isaac Okoro could, or at least try?
Oh, they've been trying Okoro all season, and he's just not been that guy. So I think that's the matchup where, plus, Kevin Durant's kind of battle-tested. The Bucks are battle-tested. The Celtics are on a mission and battle-tested. The Cavs are still figuring out how to win as a team. That is still a young team. I think, look, we could be spending part of the finals in Cleveland in a couple of years. I just don't think we're there yet. So I think that's the softest matchup of that. Philly's motivated and, depends on which James Harden shows up. But I would rather – Cleveland just strikes me as the team that's most beatable of that group. And Bam Adebayo Jared Allen's not really a problem offensively. You can put him on Evan Mobley and slow him down. You've got to deal with a good defensive backcourt, or very good backcourt back there, obviously with Garland and Mitchell, but not having a 3. And I think that's a matchup that could work for them.
Yeah, there's 2 I look at. I've expressed this before at redrecover.com inside the paint. My thought is there are teams that are glad to be there. The Cavs are a glad to be their team. Yeah. They win a playoff game. They're dropping confetti from the rafters. They're having their moment. Those are the teams you want to get. Those are the teams that say, we won 2 playoff games this year, and we're ready to come back next year after not getting past the play-in. So I think that's a glad to be their team. The other team is the 76ers because playoff James Harden is very much a thing. And until playoff James Harden proves to be something more, and again, I know there were Chris Paul injuries and other injuries when he was with Houston where they almost got there and didn't, and I get that. But he's been trending the other way in recent playoffs. You also have the Joel Embiid factor. Will he be available for all 7 games in a series? So that's a series I wouldn't necessarily shy away from. Yeah. He dealt with that last year. That would be another one there. If the Heat get to who they are, I am sold on the Nets when healthy. They have 2 great players. Nick Claxton fits that team like a glove. I think they have better supporting players who fit, especially if TJ Warren comes around, than they've had in recent mixes of the Durant configuration there. So I think that's something I look to avoid also. I want to get back to a second. We talked about the Miami Heat playing the Bucks the next two, Thursday and Saturday. So we usually at the end of the show, we do this. Figure we're here now after. Monday, Martin Luther King Day, they go to Atlanta to play the Hawks. What the F? What is going on? You have John Collins giving interviews, I believe with Sam Amick to the Athletic, talking about, we expect Nate McMillan to leave after the season. Well, how does that play out? The Trae Young thing has just gone to crap, it seems, especially when now you cannot not be reminded that they traded Luka Doncic for Trae Young and the rights to Cam Reddish. That didn't work out very well. And yet in the offseason, they went all in on the DeJounte Murray acquisition and traded away their future drafts, and as part of the cap machinations, gave up on Kevin Huerter, who's excelling right now with the Sacramento Kings. Kurt, and I'm sure you've written about this. If I missed it, I apologize. What the hell is going on with the Atlanta Hawks?
Yeah, they bet big that DeJounte Murray and Trae Young would mesh. That, frankly, let's be blunt, Trae Young would adapt his game somewhat to fit with DeJounte Murray next to him, give up some playmaking, maybe stop taking some of his crazy shots, and that hasn't happened. He has continued to play exactly like Trae Young. There is tremendous frustration in that locker room. And the thing is, Trae Young's the face of the franchise, and you're paying him the max, and it limits what you can do. But this has led to frustration and the relationship issues with Nate McMillan. That thing, look, first off, Nate McMillan might as well put his house up because I don't know where he's going to be next year, but he's not going to be Atlanta. And I'm not sure, frankly, I'm not sure he wants to be in Atlanta, whether Young's there or not, or whatever happens. There's going to be some major reckoning. You already saw it in their front office. Travis Schlenk stepped away. There's some major shakeups coming to Atlanta in this offseason, and I want to say they're coming apart at the seams, but there's still enough talent on that roster. That second night of a back-to-back on an MLK game where they're focused, it's not an easy win. They've still got a good talent on that roster.
They've always had talent. It just doesn't mesh. So my question, the reason I'm asking, if we talked about the top 5 playoff teams and you want to get to 6 and avoid the play-in, and it looks like that he will be competing with the Knicks, with the Hawks, with the Pacers, and maybe with the Bulls the way they're playing, because they've been so up and down all season. Yeah. Of that group, of Atlanta, Indiana, New York, Chicago, might be missing a team. I apologize if I am. But of those 4 teams, which do you think is the biggest threat for the Heat in the battle to try to get to number 6?
It might be the Pacers, which is a weird thing to say. Mm-hmm. I agree. Rick Carlisle has got to be in your Coach of the Year conversation for how he's brought that team together. But there's actual talent. I mean, Buddy Hield, Miles Turner is having a pay me year, which he will get next summer. They've got Tyrese Halliburton. I don't know. The Kings got out of that trade what they wanted, which was a short-term boost so they can try to make the playoffs that year.
But the bonus.
But the Pacers got the best player. It's Halliburton's.
Halliburton is an all-star. When I'm penning in my who's going to make it in the East backcourt, I have Tyrese Halliburton as a lock in the backcourt there. They've done some really good drafting with Benedict Mathurin.
Yes.
In Nembhard, who played at Florida, went on to Gonzaga, has been maybe the surprise rookie of the season. So I agree. I never thought Rick Carlisle was going to go for the tanking thing. I think he might have screwed management by how much they won early, but now clearly they're all in on this thing. So I agree.
Yeah.
The Heat have had very tough games against them. That tiebreaker might come into play also. I agree with that. I just think the Knicks are the typical up and down team. I think Chicago could be a seller when you get to the trade deadline. I have no faith in the Atlanta Hawks. I just think you have one player playing for himself. You have a John Collins, playing sort of to get out of there and become a star somewhere else. So I agree with all that. And I want to turn it that way because talking about a Halliburton and being a likely all-star, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Is Bam Adebayo a guaranteed NBA all-star this season based on his two-way play to this point?
I think so, just because we talked about this. I don't think the front court is – there's 4 locks in the front court with Embiid, Giannis, Tatum, and I'm going blank on somebody off the top of my head. Embiid, Giannis, Tatum, Antetokounmpo.
Right.
But Bam's probably fifth, maybe sixth if you want to slide somebody else in. But I think he's an all-star lock. All NBA gets a lot tougher, but all-star, yeah, he's a lock.
But what if he misses a week or 2 or 3? Remember, the coaches vote last week in January.
Yeah.
So what if this wrist injury is debilitating and he missed 2 or 3 weeks?
Maybe that doesn't help his cause, but I still think that he has got enough juice. I mean, we're talking about an Olympian, about a guy who's been there before. I think the one thing the coaches remember is, God, I hate playing against this guy, and you got a scheme for Bam. Bam's a problem.
Yeah, and coaches select the reserves, and I think that works in Bam's favor. Jimmy missed too many games. He's missed 14 already, but man, at the end of games lately, he's been the guy on the highlights, make or miss. He's been the guy driving them. Or is it like we said in our second segment, is just when you miss too many games, you sort of rule yourself out?
He's on the bubble. We'll see how many he misses, but he's also been so impactful in the games he's played that I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to see where the coaches fall on that, because he's on the bubble there's a lot of forwards and not as many, or a lot of guards too. Like, I'm just not sure where they're going to fit, like how they're going to use the wild cards and reserves, but I think Jimmy's been good enough.
Yeah, and again, I think that's where the Heat record will be. I think if you're a 500 team, it's hard to make an argument for having multiple All-Stars when Boston, if they're at the top, deserve 2. Milwaukee could get 2, certainly. The Nets with Kyrie and Durant are going to get 2. Philadelphia with Embiid and Harden are going to get 2. You're going to run out of spots just because the elite teams deserve to be up there. Donovan Mitchell is going to get 1, clearly based on the season he's having there. Jared Allen could also, if they have a good record. So I think that's where you're going to sort of run out of room. One thing I want to get to you real quick, because you are out in L.A. We sort of stopped at this point last week when the Heat were going to play the Lakers, then went out and lost to a shorthanded Lakers team. Yeah. Obviously, LeBron James, I'm sorry if you didn't make the cut there, did his round of interviews with a bunch of people last year. Some of the stuff might have gotten taken out of context. LeBron let us know about that with one of the interviews he did. Is LeBron James more content now in LA that they've started to turn a corner and win? Or will we hear until February 9th that LeBron James will insist on the Lakers give him more, or maybe even insist that he's out of there? Sort of from where we left when I was out in LA with you last week, where do you think things stand with LeBron right now?
I don't think he's content. I think he's resigned to what this season is going to be. I mean, and I believe he believes, hey, we get Anthony Davis back, we get into the play-in, we get into the playoffs, anything can happen. We've got, the two of us and, the Austin Reeves experience, and maybe that's enough. But I think you'll see him be more forceful heading into the offseason. I think he's spending one more year in LA. I don't think if he pushes his way out, it's late in the summer because they didn't do anything.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the soap opera that just goes on. It's going to go on to the trading deadline February 9th. It's going to go on to the March 1 buyout deadline when he tries to convince friends elsewhere to come here, play for the minimum, give me a few more veterans, and there will be names available because there will be teams out of it then letting veterans on one-year contracts go. So I think that'll be interesting. Okay, real quick, into the show this week, BradRecover.com, Inside the Paint. I always like to play the win or lose game with you, keeping in mind we have no idea who's going to play for the Heat, whether it's Bam, whether it's Tyler.
Or anybody else.
Kyle Lowry, we don't know, or Dwayne Dedmon in suspensions, we don't know. Miami Heat versus Milwaukee Bucks. Heat off today. Milwaukee playing second night of a back-to-back. Thursday, FTX Arena. Who wins that one?
I'll take the Heat. I think they come in focused for that one.
I think they need it. Saturday afternoon, 1 p.m. national television. Miami Heat, Milwaukee Bucks before the NFL playoff games. Who wins that one?
Coin flip, just because it's Miami during the day, and so we'll see. Everybody's thrown off on those day games.
Yes.
I'll probably say the Bucks, but I think it's a coin flip of a game.
And I think the desperation for the Heat, but again, who's there? If you don't have Tyler, don't have Bam, don't have Kyle Lowry, it's awfully hard to get 2 in a row from the same team. Monday, 3:30 p.m., ML King Day in Atlanta against the Hawks. Start of the Heat 3-game trip. We'll talk about the rest of it next week when they then go to New Orleans, they then go to Dallas. But Monday against the Atlanta Hawks, how do you see that playing out?
Those MLK games are the games the Hawks show up for. That's a tough one because for all their flaws, like we said, they're talented when focused, and that's the kind of game they show up focused for.
Yeah, I think with New Orleans shorthanded on Wednesday, the Heat might focus more on that game, trying to steal one there with no Zion, with their injury situation. Dallas has been so up and down. The Heat always get up for the Mavericks games. That's next Friday. We'll talk about the next week. So I could see that. I agree. Usually it's special uniforms for the Hawks on MLK Day, special court, and people get out there because it's a non-work day. That'll be interesting. Okay, we did the Dwayne Dedmon-a-thon. We got to your questions. We looked at the Heat schedule, and now we're out of time. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. This has been RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. We will see you right back here next Wednesday, 9 a.m. But right now, the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Canes Wear at Miami Fan Wear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Canes Wear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty, we are back. Thank you for hanging in there, or thank you for joining us now as Ira and Kurt finished doing their thing for the last hour, talking a little Heat, a little NBA basketball. That was an interesting game last night for the Miami Heat. It was one of those where I was kind of like, I was like not looking forward to it too much because there were so many injuries. I'm like, man, are they gonna lose to this team? And there was like what was it, like a minute, and I wrote it down because I had to go back because I remember I'm thinking, okay, minute 28. And they take that 5-point lead. And I'm like, oh my God, they're going to lose to the Thunder, and Oladipo hits that 3-pointer. And you're like, okay. And by the way, it's really nice to see the run that Oladipo is on. And it's impressive. And I talk about it all the time. And yesterday, Depot played 34 minutes. And I talk about that all the time because to me, it's really important that his body holds up, and it's holding up so far. And obviously, none of us want to jinx him or anything, but that's what we've been talking about. When a couple of days ago, when people were like, "Oh, he's back," I'm like, "Yeah, let's watch it a little bit more," and we're getting closer, man. Another week or two, and we start seeing this Depot for the last month. You could start to feel pretty good about this and say, "Hey, you know what? Maybe he is fully back and physically feeling good and everything." And so hopefully that's the case with Oladipo, and hopefully he's able to hold up, because it's been fantastic. And, yesterday with all the injuries, they didn't move him into the starting lineup. They kept him coming off the bench. And I thought that was kind of interesting too, because you need that spark off the bench. So, what's it called? Spo, of course, had to tweak a whole bunch of things. By the way, I really like the Jamal Cain kid. He plays hard. He's got to build up that body a little bit more. Played 33 minutes yesterday. That's one of those kids that you just kind of look at and say, that might be a little nice project, for down the line. And then you've got the whole Dedmon incident and that massage gun and everything, and he's losing it and acting the way he's at. And he's a veteran player. Come on, man. He's got to be better than that, overall. I would imagine that, he might not be for long, although salary and all that and contract, I don't know exactly how you handle this whole thing. So, to kind of help you out in the cap. So I don't know if they have to tolerate it for a certain amount of time before they part ways, or can they part ways, or whatever. We'll see how they end up working, with all of this. So we'll see. But yeah, and Stan Van Gundy, while they're doing the whole free throw thing, you're watching the game, and Stan saying, well, the Heat are going to miss a free throw. Before the game, they're going to miss a free throw. So he tried the reverse jinx, which worked, by the way, which, way to go, Stan. But yeah, I was nervous. When it was down by 5, I was nervous. And they ended up pulling it out. Big shot by Depot, man. Wow. That was enormous, man. So survived 112 to 111. They're 22-20. We'll take it, man. We'll take it. It wasn't pretty. It's nothing to brag about. Plenty of props to them staying mentally strong the entire game and hitting all the free throws. I mean, that's just... But like I told the guys, they now join Barry Bonds, A-Rod, who was the Canseco, and there's one more, I think, right? Wasn't there a fourth guy? So now the Miami Heat join the steroid group in the 40-40 club. It's a beautiful thing. Gotta love that. So there you go. You can just kind of say, hey, the Heat were on steroids last night. Anybody that does 40-40, you got to be on steroids. So there you go. It's a beautiful thing. Anyway, they've got Milwaukee. Doesn't get any easier tomorrow at 7:30. So we'll find out. Hey, congratulations to the Panthers. They beat the Avalanche yesterday 5-4 to get to 500. So Kachuk, the All-Star, with 2 goals. Okay. Bobrovsky with 27 saves. They got Vegas tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. So, let's not forget the Cats. They're having a terrible season, and they've been an enormous disappointment. But I give them credit. At least yesterday they beat the Avalanche. So got to give them love when they deserve the love, overall. Not going to elaborate too much on it because they don't deserve it. But congratulations, Panthers. They got it done, which was nice. Anyway, got all kinds of things to do today. Cameron Wolf is going to join us at 10:30. Matt Verderam will stop by at 11. So we got a loaded show. We'll get some of the guys talking a little football for you all. Of course, don't forget, Nature B is a proud sponsor of our program. We talk about Nature B all the time, folks, and they got a great deal going on right now. Listen, 2 months normally $66, which is an amazing deal. It's just freaking awesome to get those 2 golden capsules in your system every single day like I do, boosting that immune system, which is my favorite thing that I've done for 20 years. That's why I rarely have a cold. But it also, empowers you throughout the day, gives you some energy, and it's potentiated. So they break it down, they break down the cells. So that way, when you ingest it, it gets into your system as quick as possible, folks. The benefits are endless. It's great for kids. It's great for the adults. My daughter's been taking it since she was a kid. Had to reload her the other day because she was a little low on there. But anyway, so We gave her a little bit more of Nature B, so she's powered through. You can do the same thing, those 2 golden capsules every single day. I've been doing it for 20 years, folks, because I believe in it. 2 months for $66. We got a deal. 3rd month for free. And we're going to throw in free shipping. That's very important. So all you got to do is go to natureb.com. That's natureb.com. And check it out there, and you take advantage, folks. All right. And by the way, they got all kinds of other great products, from the wrinkle cream that my wife loves, the lip balm that I use all the damn time, especially when I travel, soap. I mean, it's just the Manuka honey, cough drops, just awesome. So a lot of products there that you can also try at natureb.com. All right. Looks like Lamar is out for the Ravens on Sunday. Well, one of the things that it's an interesting story. Ian Rappaport put it out there that he's having trouble, that the knee is, not responding the way he needs it. And you start to think about the whole thing with Lamar Jackson. This is why I'm not a believer in the kid overall. He's a freak, I get it, but the problem is, if you're a pocket passer, could you play? Right? Because if your knee's, 80%, 75%, but you can move around a little bit, but you're a pocket passer. So all you need to do is move around a little bit, step in, step out, couple steps. You don't make a living running away from people. Right? You're Tom Brady, you're whatever, any of these kind of guys. You play. I saw Brett Favre once play with a knee that he could barely move, period. It's all stiffed up, but he can play from the pocket. Lamar, he can't adjust and say, well, in this game I won't run. I'm going to stay in the pocket and beat him from the pocket. No, you can't do that. Physically, you can't do that. So why even try? So without his knee being able to fly like the wind like he does, and remember, if his knee's not right and he can't outrun people, that's even worse, because you can't beat him from the pocket, you can't beat him with your legs. That puts Lamar at a real disadvantage. So this is the problem when you're not a great pocket passer. That has, it has the repercussions. And this is where they're at. I told you at the beginning of the season, remember I told you this. This was going to end up becoming a blessing in disguise for the Baltimore Ravens. Why is it going to be a blessing in disguise for the Baltimore Ravens? Because if he can't hold up, because he was already breaking down last year, they have another year to find out that he's not really the passer, then they end up not having to pay him. Because to me, whoever gives Lamar that big contract makes an enormous mistake, because he will not be as healthy for that second contract, because he has to run and take hits. And that you just don't play long-term like this in the NFL. You cannot play long-term like this in the NFL. Quarterbacks are not made to take these kind of hits, especially a guy that's not even built like Cam Newton. And Cam lasted a while taking hits. Also an inaccurate passer from the pocket. And that was Cam's problem too, that he could never be that guy from the pocket. Anyway, thank you, Edward Thurston Howell. Appreciate you. Big O, nice hat. It looks islandly, like Gilligan's Island. By the way, I'd kick Ginger and Marianne off the island for Elizabeth Hurley. No, I'm going Marianne over Elizabeth Hurley. Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. See, you're cheating on me now, because you know what she looks like at 57. Not exactly sure how fine was Marianne at 57. So you're probably right. You have to take Elizabeth Hurley, because the long term. I got you. I got you. It's like investing in Bitcoin. It's pretty sweet now, but boy, it's going to get even sweeter as the long term goes. And so there you go. You're right. You're right. Okay, I got you. I got you. Okay. All right. That I gotta say. And us older guys, a lot of times we find older women, right? Either women our age, right, or right around our ages, that look phenomenal. We kind of find that even more attractive, like than even younger women, because you're so impressed because you know how difficult it is, and you're like, wow, that's like, whoo, you know. Those it's like the Raquel Welches, the Ann Margarets, the Halle Berrys, they have this magic that they can last forever and look so good for so long. So the Elizabeth Hurley comparison, you got me on that one. That's a good one. That's a good one because it's comparing short term to long term. Frankie Fresco, thank you for the love on the super chat. Oh, but that's right. That fight is until Friday, or match is until Friday. So he says AEW Wednesday, Big Bill and Lee Moriarty versus Jungle Hook. Okay. Well, dude, this is really easy. Jungle Hook is kind of like Jungle Book. That is kind of kiddie play. I'm not into kiddie play here, right? So are you going to do something here, Sean? Are you going to tell me something before I give the prediction out?
Yeah, let me help you out a little bit here before we go. Hook is
Okay.
undefeated so far in AEW.
Okay.
Jungle is the Jungle Boy who's getting a big push right now. But Hook
So
is
Jungle Boy and Hook are Jungle Boy and Hook are two different people.
Yeah, which they combined them together and made Jungle Hook.
Aha. Okay. And then Big Bill and Lee Moriarty are another team, right?
Yeah, they're a tag team, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't go with anything called Jungle Book because it's a hook. And then you're going to get taken like a crook because they're undefeated and they're kind of serving you up. Plus, I got to go in honor of my man, Bill Preston. I'm going to go with Big Bill. I got to go with Big Bill Preston and Lee Moriarty. And I'm going to say that they're going to hand the Jungle Book crew their first loss now that I'm told that they're undefeated. This is a perfect setup right here for Big Bill and Lee to take over in AEW. So what do you think about that, Sean Stanley?
Well, the premise you came up with it, I cannot say anything. I go Big Bill.
There you go.
Although I don't know that they are going to get the nod, but I do like the way that was laid up there. So I'm going to be cheering for Big Bill and Lee Moriarty tonight.
We have to. We have to. On this show, we root for Bill Preston for now to the end of eternity, whether he's with us or he's up there looking down on the show today.
Yes.
Okay, because he's up there looking down on the show right now.
100%.
And we love you, Bill. Never forget you, my brother. Every single day, remember, Bill. One way or another throughout the day. Worst thing is, dude, man, God. I don't know if any of you have ever lost like your best friend for 40 years. God damn, dude, that fucks with you, man. Messes with you, dude. God bless. It is rough, man. It's almost it's exactly like a family member. Same thing. It just like, it just does a number. It changes your entire life, man. True Fin Fan 78, thank you for the love in the super chat. What numbers would you give Lamar as a G? I wouldn't sign the guy, dude. I don't have any interest in signing Lamar Jackson. I don't want that rinky-dink offense. No, man. No, I have no interest. I think it's the dumbest thing to sign running quarterbacks because you're just signing guys that eventually are going to, get injured and they're going to wear out because they can't play the game the right way. Jalen Hurts is one guy that I got to give him a ton of credit, bro. He has improved his accuracy. That I've seen. Okay. Lamar, no. And Justin Fields doesn't have it either yet. I don't see enough accuracy on a consistent basis. And if you don't have accuracy on a consistent basis, I know how you're going to end up. Knight, thank you for the love in the super chat. He says, call Lefleur, rent Rodgers for a few games. There you go. We could call the detective. So he is out of the playoffs. He's going to take a little bit of time to decide what he's going to do in with his life. So we'll see what happens. Bitcoin moving. I like it. Bitcoin's up almost 4% on the week. Boy, markets, I don't know if this is the pump going on now, man. It's a lot earlier than I expected. If this is true, I just kind of feel like this is still not it yet, especially with the DCG deal going on. So be careful. Well, not a financial advisor. I just wonder if we'll still have a little setback with DCG, and then I think we had cleared of all the bad characters. And then we can move on. But we'll see. You never know. I know that Bitcoin is on the brink of busting. And when it does, Tua Time says, Big O saw an article on ESPN about Dana White last night. Must have been a mistake on ESPN's part. Well, if you notice, all the other outlets are like, hey, where's ESPN on Dana White? Where's ESPN? So the pressure has probably built up, and they have done obviously an absolutely embarrassing and pathetic job as a company. So ABC and Disney are all right teaming up with the guy that beats on his wife. And make no mistake here, okay? I can take my guess, and I'm going to take my guess. The way he slapped her and then slapped her a second time, okay? That's all I'm saying. Some people are like, well, she isn't saying much and this. Yeah, no, she isn't. But what does that tell you? How many women who are constantly, abused stay quiet? A lot. It's an incredibly disturbing number. Okay? Because remember, when there's an abusive relationship and all that kind of stuff, the person sometimes goes into a shell feeling that they're not good enough, that they deserve what they're getting, and that they're afraid to talk, or some want the free ride and they're willing to take the abuse that goes with the free ride or the embarrassment, because sometimes it's not physical. Sometimes it's just an emotional abuse. And some women they'll deal with the man that they're with because they're getting a free ride or something. You know what I mean? There's a lot of reasons and a lot of disturbing reasons why the victim chooses to stay down that path. And the slapping that went on between those two was way too casual, bro. Way too casual. Let me explain. Okay, let's just say, God forbid, any of you accidentally didn't mean it. Some reflex, you hit your partner. What happens next? What happens when you're truly sorry and that you regret what happens? There might be a slap, and then I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, honey. You're like, was that going on? Did that happen? No, it was like, no, I got a second one for you too, bitch. Yeah, let her go. I can't have kiss with her anyway. Her womb is too polluted. That's what I saw. I don't know about you, but that's what I saw. Say goodnight to the bad guy. So, Disney, ESPN, the mouse wants to be associated with a rat, then, go ahead and make Ratatouille. if you want, but that's what you're going to get, bro. That's all I know. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Now, when you think about what I just told you, am I wrong? When they're casually hitting each other like that, that ain't the first time it happened, dude. If it's the first time it ever happens, normally that person is, if they have a heart and all, they're remorseful immediately. They're heartbroken. They hurt more than even the person they hurt. That's if you really mean it, right? If you really mean it, you're going to end up hurting more than the person you hit. Because you're going to go, well, oh, my God, oh, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. And you're going to get emotional about it. You see any of that going on? Because, of course, if you really love your wife, if you really, adore the woman that you're with, you don't hit her, dude. And if you accidentally, by some whatever reflex, whatever, that it got away from you for that one split second, then you should have the guilt of a lifetime on you. Did you read off of that incident? Guilt of a lifetime? No. Here's another one for dessert. Let's call it like we see it, man. I love this guy. What's O talking about? Just got in. There's something called like rewind, Barry. Just got to rewind a couple minutes. Zip, 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 zip. Steve Ruppert, thank you for the love on the super chat. Morning, Big O from the land of Den Herder. You always keep me in perspective on my Dolphins. Glad I found you most of the time on YouTube. Have a great day and go Fins on Sunday. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you, Sean and myself, Chad, all the great people on this platform. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. We try our best every single day to provide South Florida fans all over the world the information on all their teams, every single one of them, all the damn time. So thank you. Appreciate it. Don't forget, by the way, to smash the hell out of the like button. Also, don't forget to hit the notification bell. That'll tell you exactly when we're on. So if we pop in on a Saturday, we pop in breaking news, you're going to know. We're going to talk about it. We'll tell you all that good stuff. Brett Campbell says, that's facts. My girlfriend got in my face and pushed me to the limit after I told her to back up. She kept going. I pushed her back immediately. I felt horrible. Of course. It's what normal human beings feel. So, no matter what happens on Sunday, I'm proud of my Fins for making the playoffs. And this offense is the best we've seen since Marino. Amen. Amen. Scarface. I was kidding. Gary says Dana White and his wife were demonstrating for their friends in the VIP box how to slap competition would work. Edward Thurston Howell, gold price up 9% in the last 6 months. Actually, it's really even recently that it went up a little bit. So, but it's good. Hey, man, it's been like 12 years that thing hasn't moved. So finally it moved a little bit. So, it's in 12 years, gold moves up 9%. And in 12 years, crypto moves up thousands. It's so awesome. I mean, it's like it's staring in people's faces. What the hell is going on? And 95% of the world is completely missing out on it. But hey, I'm not a financial advisor. I don't know anything. Big O, are you into the English Premier League at all? Yes, sir. I'm an Arsenal fan. So there you go. I'm an Arsenal fan, Barcelona, and Inter Miami CF. And of course, USA. So USA for my national, national team, Inter Miami for my US team, Arsenal for my premiership, And then, of course, Barcelona, porque yo soy los padres míos de España. So Al-Suaray is Vasco, which they are Spanish people in the mountains. So I root for Spain. And by the way, when the U.S. is not in the World Cup and Spain is, they're my backup team. Okay? So there you go. That's my whole soccer thing all over the world. Okay? And I'm sticking to that. There you go. So it's in honor of my man Bill, who used to have multiple football teams and baseball teams and all that kind of stuff. Soccer is the one sport that you can have like different clubs all over the place because what the hell does Inter Miami have to do with the U.S. national team? Nothing. What does the Inter Miami have to do with Arsenal? Absolutely nothing. And Barcelona, if you get into club competition, maybe something happens one day. But outside of that, that's kind of what I follow overall as a soccer fan. AEW sold to Saudis. What the hell? No, not AEW, right? Not the Root Beer League. WWE. Why did Brett put AEW? Did I miss something, Sean? No, right? It's not the Root Beer League. It's WWE. He meant WWE.
I believe he put the wrong one. I haven't seen anything about it. Unless something's changed in the last 20 minutes. I haven't checked Twitter in about 20 minutes. So unless they sold too as well, I don't know. But no, I believe he meant WWE, not AEW.
Which is the one that the Khans own?
The Khans own AEW.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, they don't need to own. They don't need the money, bro. They're fine. They're fine. They're not going anywhere. Okay, all right. There you go. By the way, dude, does AEW do like events in Jacksonville?
Not anymore. They did their whole COVID in Jacksonville at the.
Okay, that makes sense.
They did all their shows there at the Daly's place.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. By the way,
they do every once in a while, but now they've made that venue like a once a year deal, so it's big. It's when they go back there.
Daly's place is super cool.
Yeah, it seemed pretty cool.
They've done with Daly's, for those of you that don't know, Daly's place is kind of like on the side of the stadium, and then they've created a really cool atmosphere. The only thing I would say and I haven't been there recently, but I was there for was it Greta Van Fleet that I went there for? Maybe not Greta, but it was a concert that I went up there, and there was too much echo. There was too much. The sound was bouncing off the walls too much. That's the one thing for anybody that's up there in Daly's place, anybody watching this show or whatever. What I would suggest is put some stuff where you can, dense it a little bit more and don't allow the echo where it was bouncing off, because it takes away from the sound, and you just can't have it that way. That's the only thing. I didn't think the acoustics inside Daly's place were good. The concept was freaking awesome. The way you have that old hangout, you got the concert area, you got a hangout area, like with what's it called, sofas and stuff like that hanging around and stuff. I thought it was a great idea on their part. I mean, really, really impressive. I was like, okay, this is cool, but then the sound was kind of off. And that was the only thing that I didn't like about Daly's place, for any of you that live in that area. Dougie Fresh says, A&W sold to Saudi Arabia. Damn, I'm going to miss that double cheese with bacon. Oh, Lordy. All right. Did Sean sell a Square Circle Digest to the Saudis too? Did you sell the Square Circle Digest to the Saudis?
Never going to happen.
Okay. All right. There you go. He's not selling out like McMahon. McMahon is selling out, but Sean is not. All right. Let's get to it. It is time to unleash the Wolf Pack.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDTCPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
All right. There he is. How you feeling, man? You feeling good?
I'm all right, man. I am definitely all right. Glad to be back in Florida. I think last time I talked to you guys, I was on a plane leaving my second home in Cincinnati, heading back to Miami. And so now I'm back here. Although it's oddly 50 degrees this morning, I went to work out and it somehow does not feel like Florida, although it's going to warm up. But yeah, man.
That's your fault. You brought the goddamn cold here. What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't know. I did not know.
So you just ruin it for everybody. You don't take the warmth up to the north when you go, and then you bring the cold back here. What kind of twisted way is this, bro?
I will say
power. Let's go.
I clearly don't have that much power if I can't bring the weather with me. But I will say that luckily the good thing about South Florida is the cold only lasts a very short period of time. And so it was 52 degrees when I went to work out this morning. It's 67 degrees now, and it'll be 77 by the middle of the day. And so we get a brief period.
You are Cameron nature, because it's not Mother Nature, it's Cameron nature. That's what you're saying.
I wish I had all that power. It would never be cold if I had that power.
All right. Do you have the power to help Tua to play this week?
I do not have that power either. I have none of that power. I'm going to be up there, and
you're not bringing anything to the table on the show right now. I just want you to know that.
I'm not bringing weather.
You're not bringing
weather.
back.
I'm not doing any of that, right? Like, what am I good for if I'm not helping weather or helping Tua? Nah, man, I think we're going to be hearing from McDaniel in about 50 minutes. And I'm going to be hearing the update just like you guys are, and I have no control. So if it's good news about Tua, you can credit me. If it's bad news, I had nothing to do with it.
Don't you think? Well, hold on a second. I almost can predict this. I think he still won't tell you if he's practicing or not, because I don't think he's going to want to deal with it until tomorrow, because he's going to then deal with all of the hypotheticals before he even practices or plays. So it doesn't really benefit him to tell you, guys, I think Tua's returning to practice today. Hey, we still don't know. He's still going through the process. We'll find out before practice if he's able to go out there. And I think he'll keep us in the dark until you literally have to go out there and take your roll call. Okay, who's in uniform, who's not, all that kind of stuff. What do you think?
I think it's somewhere after 12:35 that practice starts. So we hear from McDaniel around 11:30. Practice starts an hour later. Does he leave it up in the air for an hour? I don't know. I mean, McDaniel hasn't really done that throughout the year. That's our previous coach here, Brian Flores, probably would have pulled that move. And there's a lot of coaches in the league who would have kept it, and so they don't have to answer questions about it. They're just going to hey, you see what you see, and then I'll answer it, because he won't talk Thursday. He would talk again Friday. And so if he leaves it up for interpretation and we don't get to ask anything directly about it, we wouldn't get to talk to him again until Friday. So if they really wanted to play that game, they could.
I think they will.
But maybe you do. Maybe you're the pessimist. I do think that they'll provide some sort
of it's 33 years of this, bro.
Yeah.
It's 33 years of them playing that game. It's not like they're bad people or they're liars or anything. It's just, this is the best way to do things. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, he does this all throughout the year, where he won't throw anybody under the bus. He won't talk about anything negative that's going on. He'll always try to shape it in a positive way. And but think about this, Cam. What benefits are there for him to say to his practicing guys today? Can you imagine the kind of questions that are going to rain down on him? Oh, aren't you worried about the next concussion? Aren't you worried about this? And why deal with all of that? And he's remember, he's also Mr. Avoid distractions. Stay on the course. Stay. And this is the kind of stuff that takes you off the course. Whereas 2 days from now on Friday, Tua goes through Wednesday and Thursday. He comes back Friday. Say, oh, well, guys, he looks great. He feels great. He's this, that. Doctors cleared him. What can I do? I got to go by the professionals. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be surprised if he tells you, well, we still don't know what we don't know yet. And he'll phrase something like that. And we'll find out when we take the field, because I know he's meeting with people that are above my pay grade, and I don't want to interfere and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, man. That's just me. But,
you may be right. We'll see. We'll see. I guess my thing is,
does it benefit him? Does it benefit him? Think about that.
I think clarity to an extent does benefit, because for this particular topic, Tua and the concussions, I mean, other than DeMar Hamlin's situation, which has been the story of the year and as far as health in the NFL, this has been the second story of the year. Tua throughout the year and his concussions and how public it is. I think because of that, he probably knows he has to be exact in what he's saying, and he can't speculate one way or the other. So I don't think you're going to hear him say something like, oh, well, we hope he's going to play Sunday. I don't think that you'll hear that. And I don't think you'll hear him, unless they are definitively ruling him out, I don't think you'll hear, oh, well, I'm not expecting him. I think you'll hear somewhere in the middle where, you get either we're going to see Tua out there at practice. I'm not sure how much he's going to do, but he will be out there. You'll see them. Or, he's still progressing through the protocol. I'm not sure what stage that is. But, we're continuing to prep for all options this week. If I was a guessing man, I guess it would be one of those two conclusions, and it wouldn't be, he's not playing or he's likely to play. Like, I think everybody wants that final update. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? I don't think we get that today, unless they're definitively ruling him out. And so because of that, I think you get some sort of update from McDaniel because of the clarity purpose, because I think he wants to at least have the messaging and have control of it and not have the media take their own conclusions. But I do not think it'll be definite. That would be my guess.
You saw that the line in Vegas went from 10.5 to 9, right? I mean, you just wonder if some wise guy knows exactly what the hell's going on and found out something, because that's one hell of a move, Cam.
Yeah. You never know. Vegas seems to know a lot of things. So, yes, absolutely.
I'm just wondering, you know what I'm saying? So what's your gut tell you right now? What's your gut tell you? Because the fact that he talked about him working out on Monday, working up a sweat, the fact that they didn't rule him out, I'm on record. I think the best thing for him to do is not play for the rest of the season and rest and recover and restart next year. But this is the NFL, dude, and that dude is fearless and crazy in Tua. I think he would have played last week.
Right.
I just kind of get the feeling that he's going to end up playing, dude. But what's
your so here's the thing about the concussion protocol, right? The idea of the concussion protocol is to protect the player from himself and protect the player from what the team's best interest may be on the field, right? Not saying any of these people are not best for Tua, but the concussion protocol is meant for, so it's not up to, we got to win this game, or the quarterback says he can play. That shouldn't be a factor in it. So the hope is the concussion protocol does its job, and that we don't get into the factor of, yes, I've heard the same thing that's been reported. Tua wants to play, and he's been telling people that he wants to play. That's secondary. Of course, people I think it maybe is good for the people who are curious of what his mindset is to hear that Tua wants to play. But from the fact of whether he should play or not, that shouldn't be a Tua wants to play decision. That should be one, is the concussion protocol cleared? I think these are two things here. Does he clear all steps of the protocol by Saturday afternoon, whatever period they want to have until he's done it? That's one. Two, do you still feel comfortable playing him after he clears concussion protocol? Because if you remember, the first time he cleared protocol that Friday or Saturday, I can't remember which day, before the game, and they still made him inactive and he did not play. And so everybody's saying, hey, is he going to clear? Is he going to clear? There's still the possibility that, yes, he does clear, but the team says, hey, we're going to give him another week. And so that's obviously a possibility as well.
There ain't no other week.
Right. But I'm saying, for Tua's, we don't want to rush it. him out there. And
No, I got you.
Let's quote unquote go, since we're talking hypotheticals, let's go through the quote unquote best case scenario if you're a Dolphins fan who wants to see Tua play. He clears protocol Saturday morning, and the team has a decision to make. Do we push him through because he's technically cleared? We've done what we've technically supposed to do, and we've gone through everything, and doctors have cleared him, multiple doctors have cleared him. Do you play him, or do you say, hey, I want to get him a full week of practice, I want to get him separated from that concussion another week, and if we don't get him and our season ends on Sunday, we did the best thing for Tua? Or do you say, hey, he's cleared by doctors, he's good to go? I mean, that's when the Dolphins' decision comes into play. But I think beyond that, before that, it's all about the protocol and where he is in that respect.
Here's my guess on that. If that's the scenario you're talking about, he's not playing. Because if he's not practicing all week and then gets cleared on Saturday, I don't think they'll do that to him because timing and everything will be off. So,
well, you do remember
he has to be cleared to practice either on Thursday or Friday.
I'm speaking to cleared to play, cleared out of protocol, because you can be cleared to practice.
You can be practicing on Thursday and Friday.
You can practice without being cleared from protocol yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right, then we're good.
So
okay,
you can be like a non-contact participant in like step 4 of the protocol. And so I'm speaking to obviously him practicing, but still technically being in the protocol Thursday or Friday, and then being cleared out of the protocol to where they say he is concussion free, he's good to go on Saturday. And then you have that decision where he's practiced probably in some capacity Thursday or Friday, but maybe not a full week. But he's now officially cleared a day before the game. That's when the decision comes in. Yeah. And I'm telling you, previously they had that scenario, and they told him, sit down one more week, and then we'll prep you for a whole week next week.
That was this.
Right.
There's no optics here.
Correct, but it is a second concussion. Second concussion in the season. So that although there was not the physical optics, there's still the optics of this guy's had 2 concussions in the season and 3 public situations where he had to be evaluated for a concussion. And so you have to think about a guy's long-term health. I think there's a lot of elements here, and I'm not a doctor. And so whatever decision they make, I think I'm going to be very hesitant to criticize because I just do not know. There's going to be a lot of talking heads who are going to criticize them one way or the other. If he does play, they're going to be like, how could the Dolphins ever let him play? And if he doesn't play, but he is cleared, they're going to be like, these guys don't care about winning. And so there's going to be takes no matter what. And I'm just telling you personally, because you're going to ask me, I do not have a firm take because I do not know enough about the medical thing for me to give my opinion on, where they are with this thing. I'm going to give the facts as I know them on TV and then say what it means for the Dolphins. If they don't have Tua, it's going to be a very, very hard time for them to have any chance to win on Sunday. If they do have Tua, still a hard time, but a much better chance.
Oh, you got a shot with Tua.
Yeah, absolutely. Still tough because it's a Buffalo Bills team at home that's, rolling off the DeMar Hamlin news. And
Tua won the game last time, bro.
Tua nearly won the game last time.
No, he won the game last time.
Gotcha.
If everybody else does their effing job, he won the game. He threw the touchdown to Sherfield and Tyreek on one drive, and he threw a perfect touchdown to Braylon Sanders. He just chose not to run through it. That's all. But outside of that, those are 14 points right there. That decides that game by miles. He did more than enough, and the coach all of a sudden didn't run the ball anymore on 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, which made things even harder for the team. He took that 2-point conversion early in the 3rd, which was just panic move when you're moving the ball. Brother, Tua did more than enough in that game, Tua, to win it.
Oh, absolutely. I don't disagree with that at all. Tua played a great game. The offense actually played pretty well too. That was a game where Josh Allen was a little bit better against the Dolphins defense than Tua was against the Bills defense, but Tua was great. The offense was great. And really that was an excellent game. Like if we had that game again, I'd sign up for that 10 times out of 10. I think Dolphins
Miami wins the game the next. Yeah. I would hope if McDaniel at least learns to run the ball, that would be fantastic. He did commit to the run this past week, so maybe he'll do it. But here's the thing, my brother, as one of our supporters, he reaches out to me, goes, why don't they numb Mostert's thumb? And I'm like, dude, he's a running back.
Right.
He needs the thumb to hold on to the ball.
Absolutely.
If your thumb is numb, how are you going to feel the ball? And it's like, yeah, I think you're right. No, I know I'm right, bro.
Especially if you remember, Mostert has had a couple fumbles this year too. And so the last thing you want to do is give a guy who's already had some ball security issues in the game with a broken thumb. Also, pretty hard to catch a pass with a broken thumb, and so that makes you very one-dimensional if you know he's in the game and he can't catch the ball. And so
he's done so. I would imagine
he hadn't ruled him out yet, but it is a serious injury, and so hopefully we get more clarity today. You know, I'm sure we'll have 17 questions about Tua. Maybe one question at the end is Raheem got any update of his chance, but
But my point is, dude, I feel good with Salvon Ahmed.
Yep.
You know, Wilson's run hard. He's done a really good job overall. And then Salvon Ahmed, God bless him, dude. He doesn't play much, but every time you call his number, he has responded. He knows the offense well. He knows exactly what holes to hit.
Mm-hmm.
I really like what I've seen from Salvon Ahmed.
Yep. Absolutely. It's going to be interesting. I think Jeff Wilson, we've seen a lot from him early in the season, and it would be a good game for him. But yeah, Ahmed and Wilson, hopefully that duo, because you're going to have to lean on them. Whether it's Tua or no Tua, this can't be a one-dimensional offense for them to have a chance. And even in that Buffalo game, we talked about how great Tua was. That was the Raheem Mostert game where he had that angry run where he went 65 yards, and that run game was excellent, especially early in the game. They need that type play because, like we referenced, talking Sunday, 9 points, 11 points, whatever point total they ended up, no chance that's enough against Bills. They'll probably need 2 or 3, probably 3 times as many points to be able to compete with that team. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready to run to McDaniel, but definitely eager to see what the news is today, because to me, that'll dictate what the vibe is this week, not only with people outside the building, but regardless of the whole next man up mentality, it'll impact the vibe inside the building too. This team's a lot more confident and happy and flowing when Tua's the guy. And so, not saying they won't come out to play if it's Skylar or Teddy, but I think that there is a little bit of a different funk when it's Tua.
One more thing before I let you go, Gesicki. He's finally starting to use him. He had 4 catches this past week. Does that continue here in Buffalo if Tua plays? Because I think it's really, they use Knox. They get their tight ends involved. Gesicki, all the guy ever does is make plays. And dude, he would have had that one-hander.
Yep.
If the defender doesn't get the arm in the way, he traps that ball and catches it.
Yeah.
So talk to me about Gesicki. What's your gut tell you there?
I think they'll have him more involved. I think Mike McDaniel the onus is on him to get him on the field, first of all, which is obviously difficult because of his limitations as a blocker, but you got to find a way. You know, he's your, if Mostert doesn't play, Gesicki is no doubt your third best playmaker on this team. You got Tyreek Hill, you got Jalen Waddle, and Mike Gesicki. If Mostert's playing, you could argue that maybe Raheem's third, but without Mostert, it's definitely Mike Gesicki. And so you've got to find a way to get him on the field, and you got to find a way to get him the ball, particularly in those red zone situations, third down situations. And so I do think they will. I mean, they didn't do it great the first time they played him in Buffalo, but I do think that that's an element that Mike McDaniel can scheme up. And I do think that that's something he would focus on this week, especially without Raheem.
All right, stop all the damn slacking and get the cold away from this place, okay? All right.
I'm working on it. I'm working on getting cold weather. I'm working on getting my doctor certification so I can see what's going on with Tua. I'm working on
sleep at a Holiday Inn. That's it. Just stay at a Holiday Inn. And
for a week and a half covering DeMar Hamlin, I feel like I'm almost a doctor myself. So almost.
There you go. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. If you need to fix any of your ailments, call him Cameron Wolf, MD, baby. That's Miami Dolphins, not doctor. Relax there. Okay, catch his work there at the NFL Network. Cam, as always, appreciate you, my brother.
Appreciate you. Have a good one.
You got it. There you go. Cameron Wolf. The Wolf Pack has been unleashed.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
And the great folks at KSDT CPA, they've got 3 great locations in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, baby. So they do everything. Your personal taxes, your business taxes. They can help your business grow from payroll to budgeting. They can help you out, whether it's insurance, wealth planning, you name it. They do it all, folks. It's not just your taxes. They go well beyond your taxes. Forensic accounting, business valuation, healthcare advisory, property management, wealth management, taxes from estate to family to payroll, like I mentioned, retirement planning, state and local tax consulting. They do it all. Assurance. They're hiring also, by the way, because they keep gobbling up accounting firms and they keep building offices and offices. In fact, Jeffrey was telling us that they're going to open up a new office in North Carolina. So for those of you out there in North Carolina, KSDT CPA is coming your way in the state of North Carolina. So all throughout South Florida, expanding to other places. Your business needs some help. You want to take it to the next level. Personally, by the way, they've also got crypto experts. That's another reason why I teamed up with them, because obviously as a crypto guy, you need some help there. And Lord knows we get a lot of tax breaks after this rough ass year that just went by. So if you did estimates and investments in stocks or crypto, well, guess what, folks? You know, you're probably going to get a couple of tax breaks if you ended up losing some money and selling some of your stocks or crypto. So there you go. Take advantage of it. Call the folks at KSDT CPAs, 305-670-3370. All right. Eric Rash says it won't be Skyler guaranteed unless Teddy gets hurt in the game again. Either one, I'm happy they made it and all that, and but I can't sit there and think that they've got a shot with Teddy or Skyler, man. I really can't. I can't lie to myself and try to, if this happens and that happens, and I can't do that. No, I'm not doing that. Okay. If Tua plays, they got a shot, man. They got a shot. Son of Liberty says, if you watched the film, you'd realize there were plenty of TDs he could have thrown to Tyreek that game with his supposed big arm that everyone keeps mentioning. I think he has a weak arm for his size. Are you talking about what's it called? Skyler? Skyler's got a good arm. He just can't read. That's his problem. You can tell. He doesn't compute everything quickly. That's why he has trouble. It's not I don't know if he'll even get there, but he is light years away. Like I told you guys, if you think there's somebody in the draft at some point in the draft that is more talented than him and is a better prospect, you go get him and cut Skyler. I have no problem with that. From what I've seen from Skyler this year, I am not impressed at all. At all. The only thing that was impressive was that he didn't turn over the ball, at least. That's it. Jordan McPherson tweeting out Marlins introducing Gene Segura this morning. Oh, man. I tell you. After Sandy Alcantara Day, and now you're introducing Gene Segura? Oh, my God. This has been a monster week. I mean, Sandy deserves the love. Introducing Gene Segura. Yeah, baby. World Series title, here we come. Yeah, Astros, you ain't got shit. We got Gene Segura. Dodgers, get the hell out of here. Yankees, Red Sox, Braves, you're all clowns. We got Gene Segura. We're ready to go. We got Gene Segura on the Marlins, and we got Carlos Segaro right here on the chat board. There you go. I agree that we have a chance with Tua. That being said, I am reminded about the game. He came back after 3 weeks, and his timing and passes were way off. It was his worst game. Yep, you're right. You are correct. Can't argue with that. Big O needs a heart check. Not being 100% is one thing, but he didn't even want to tackle dudes against the Jets. It is injuries or that he already got paid. Pro Bowl, Big O. Oh, X. Yeah, I don't know, man. X, to me, I think X is, you're going to hear about a surgery or something. I just think X is a shell of what he's been, man. He did make the play at the end to knock the pass down. Don't forget that one, because that was an important pass there towards the end of the game. Chase says, I never bet against my own team, but if Tua doesn't play, I will put my life savings on Bills -9. Well, I think it'll go up. Okay, listen, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a big mouth that talks all kinds of crap here every single day, okay? So I'm not here to tell you I'm some kind of an expert, but the wise guys must have gotten some word that they think Tua is going to play because it went down to 9. And it'll probably go down a little bit more if Tua does end up playing. It'll get down to 7.5 or something like that, I would imagine, because they saw what happened last time, and the kid can sling it. So they're kind of covering their asses. But if it comes out that Tua isn't playing, watch that line climb. So I'm just being objective here. If you think that the Bills are going to win anyway, then you've got to take the 9 now, because that's the bargain, because it's going to go up to 10.5, and then you're going to need them to win by 11. And then that becomes an even bigger hurdle for you. And you just never know what could happen. I know the Dolphins are going to lose without Tua, but craziness can happen. Josh Allen isn't necessarily as accurate. Now, the one thing, as you all know, what's going to kill the Dolphins is that dude running the damn ball, because I don't know how they're going to stop him. I have no idea how they match up there, to be quite honest. Still weird. I don't know what Josh Boyer can do, because he doesn't have the talent he needs in order to counter a running quarterback, because he just doesn't have the linebacker in the middle that can actually handle all of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a really, really difficult situation for him. And so if you're an investor, I'm just guessing here. I'm not a, some kind of a financial genius or anything like that. I'm just thinking that if you are the person that is dead set on the Bills routing the Dolphins and kicking their ass and inspired by Hamlin and all that good stuff and home and a crazed fan base, all the things that you should be thinking of, and they're the better team and everything, here's your bargain. Here's your bargain. Okay? And because if you don't think Tua really is going to end up playing, it's going to go back up again. I told you, the fact that that McDaniel says he was working out and building up a sweat, they got to know if he had any kind of reaction after working out a sweat the next day. And that was the off day. So he's probably, okay, you did this. Okay, so now you're ready to start your light workouts without, contact. That'll be today. And we'll find out. All right, let's get ready for hour number 2. Matt Verderam will join us right here on the Big O Radio Show on the Sports Talk 305 Network.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Canes Wear at Miami Fan Wear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Canes Wear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, we're back. We're going to end up catching up with Matt Verderam, by the way, tomorrow on the program. So we'll move him over tomorrow. Can't catch up with him today, but it's all good. We'll catch up with Matt and we'll have some fun. Hope all of you are doing well out there, as always. By the way, Thursday, tomorrow, we'll be at Hialeah Park, like always, and we got some great boxing coming to Hialeah Park. Probably go to hialeahpark.com. You can get the tickets. Go enjoy the great boxing. And one of the things they always have that Sean is a big fan of is the buffet. So Guillermo Oregandao is going to be returning to the ring February 24th. That'll be next month at Hialeah Park. Plus, other boxers will give you the entire fight card coming up. And hopefully we will have some of the boxers or trainers on leading up to the fight. Always enjoy boxing at Hialeah Park. So looking forward to that, a nice night of boxing over there. And a great atmosphere usually, too, for the fights. All right. You want to get in on the program on the Welt and Rayom text line? That's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always, because as you all know, that, my friends, is a 24-hour talk show. He said what time? 11:30, I think he said, right? For McDaniel, not 11, right? Just want to make sure. I think he said 11:30, right? So we will keep you updated with what's going on.
11:30.
Yeah. So we'll keep you updated with what's going on with Mike McDaniel. We're not going to air it, by the way, because we get tagged by the NFL for it. So that's why we don't air the press conferences anymore. We can air a soundbite or two or something, but not the entire press conferences. They do not allow us to do that. And ladies and gentlemen, that's a war we're not going to win. We don't have enough money we don't have any money, but we don't have the kind of money to fight the NFL. So, it's we had to watch and tread respectfully in that area, but we will give you the update, what he does say, and then obviously the reaction. We'll have that for you there. What else? Renee Gomez says Skyler could develop, but he just reminds me way too much of Matt Moore, that a playoff game against Pittsburgh getting lit by those linebackers. Skyler also holds onto the ball way too long. That's because he can't read. If he could read and react quickly, he would get rid of the ball quickly. It's a gift, dude. It's a gift to be able to know pre-snap what's going on, what's possibly going to happen, what are their tendencies, and then you know what your players are supposed to run, so you know exactly where they're supposed to be, and that's why anticipatory skills are incredibly important, and he has none. Zero. Teddy has a little bit, but he has none, like nothing, nada, nay. Maybe he can develop and all that stuff, but it's hard in this NFL because, 30 years ago and 40 years ago when I was a kid, they could keep 3 and 4 quarterbacks, and they'd have a guy back there that they've been developing for a couple years, and the money, wasn't that important in those days, and you weren't paying that much, and you can have more patience. But nowadays, there is no patience at all. And that's where I just see that as a monster negative for them. It's a shame. Tua's trainer in DMs in PPL. Tua is playing. And DMs people Tua. Well, I don't know, bro. People talk a lot of shit, and most of you are inaccurate as hell. So I don't know, but I will say this: I get the feeling like they're going to play him. You know what I mean? So, let's see. Muffy 313. Look at Purdy. It was us. It gave him a Okay, am I back? I think I'm back. Okay, we're back.
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Okay, we're back. Because it was like
you stayed frozen in the screen for a long time.
Yeah, it was frozen. Definitely. Part 3, right? It would be the third movie. Wasn't there 2 Frozens already? I want to say.
Yep.
Okay, so there you go. You got your Frozen 3. Will Disney sue us?
We'll just call it. We'll call it Frozen 3 Dethal.
Okay. All right. There you go. Okay. Whoa, what was that break? It said Royals. Whatever. Tua's trainer just said that your feed was frozen and he unfroze it. Well, there you go. Nick does have the power. Oh, maybe it was Cam. That's what it was. It was Cam Wolf freezing it. Right? Because he brought us the freeze here in South Florida. It's 50 degrees when you wake up. He goes up north all the time because he hangs out. Maybe we should call Cam Mr. Freeze. Bringing the cold, freezing the show. There you go. How about that? You put 2 and 2 together. You guys want something where, you talk about like, I'm gonna talk about the perfect story in the history of mankind. Okay? Because I want you all to really understand this. Okay? So, first of all, Stanley, are you there? Can you bring up yourself here on the screen? I want to ask you something. Okay? Do you remember Smush Parker?
Not 100%. I remember the name.
You don't remember him a short amount of time with the Miami Heat, and then he got kicked off the team.
I remember the name with the Heat, but I do not remember like any of the details or anything.
All right. So for those of you that follow the Heat, okay, and you don't have the memory of Omar Kelly like Sean is right now, Smush Parker, former Lakers guard, was here for a short amount of time. He had an incident with a valet, and they ended up booting his ass out, right? And so this is the best part. So the infamous ex-NBA guard is now pursuing a career as a referee. Bleacher Report revealed this week that the ex-Lakers guard, Smush Parker, is working towards a career as an NBA official. Parker had previously shared pictures on Instagram of himself at a referee camp, as well as working in games at the TBL, the Independent Pro League. For Parker, who played in the NBA for 5 total seasons, but had various stints in the NBA's D League as well and overseas, his name is fairly infamous for one among basketball fans. That is because Parker prominently feuded with Kobe Bryant, his teammate on the Lakers from 05 to 07, in a beef that lasted for many years. After Bryant's death in a helicopter crash, Parker said that he regretted never mending his relationship with Bryant. During his NBA career, Parker also had some bizarre off-court incidents. Parker now 41 years old. And when you go to off-court incident, it says struggles with valet. The ubiquitous Spin Max, who also happens to be the biggest Oklahoma fan in the world, with a great story, not to be outdone by Chris Henry, Heat guard Smush Parker got involved in an altercation with a valet. So the guy's name is Smush Parker. He got involved with a valet Parker. Just saying. Yomira McKenzie, 41, said Parker lost it Tuesday morning when he was asked to pay the $12 valet parking charge he allegedly owed at a condo building at 355 Biscayne Boulevard. McKenzie, an assistant manager at the Standard Valet, which services the building, according to the Miami police incident, Parker, 26 at that time, claimed he had paid the fee in advance the night earlier. He said he did not have available cash to pay on Tuesday. Tensions apparently escalated when Parker was denied his keys until he settled the debt, allegedly pushed a valet podium and grabbed McKenzie's arm in an attempt to get his keys, according to the incident report. And then he was kicked off the Heat. Oh, man, you got to love it. Smush Parker gets Smush Valet Parker is what we should call him. So this is a guy now that is going to become a referee. He just wasn't really the most mature dude in the world. I hope he's matured because, man. Okay, what's up with all those Are those like laughing faces or what does those things mean, Bip Bop and C Dola? Does that mean you're laughing? Boo on this story? Too extreme? You don't like it? Melvin Ingram owns Josh Allen. He had an excellent game, first game. Some reason Josh Boyer forgot about. Melvin Ingram can't catch up to Josh Allen. What are you talking about, bro? Dolphins don't catch up to running quarterbacks. They have no linebacker that can catch up to those running quarterbacks. Yeah, I guess you didn't watch the end of that Buffalo game when Josh took over the fourth quarter and started running like a deer all over the place. Okay, I can't pass. I can't beat them with my arm and the receivers against a terrible secondary. That Josh Boyer, right? Whatever, But let me go run. And, that's because that's the weakness. That secondary actually held up, And then with Josh running, it was just impossible, man. John Yang says, Big O, sorry for being emotional, but I miss Tua. Brother, when you see the other quarterbacks we've had here since Marino for 20-something years, yeah, I miss Tua. Why do you think I don't want him to play this week? Because, look, deep down inside, I know the Dolphins aren't a Super Bowl caliber team anymore. They're too injury riddled. They're all too screwed up. You're asking too much right now at this point, right? So I'd rather not risk Tua getting possibly what could be a fourth concussion, which could be, really bad. And as I've explained to you guys over and over again, you can see they're happening a lot easier. And that's just not a good trend. You need to break that trend. And the only way you break it is with proper rest. But I'm with you, man. Obviously, that's why I miss Tua. And I don't want to risk one game that really in the big picture is not going to take you anywhere. No matter how many of you silly asses out there think, well, anything can happen. Oh, we can run the table. And wow, Nick Foles took a team. And it's like, yeah, Nick Foles, Do you see the defense playing like Phillies? Do you see the rest of their team as healthy as Phillies? No, okay? Or whoever else that you want to talk about, Trent Dilfer or whatever. No, Miami doesn't have that kind of defense, that kind of running game, that tight end that's headed for the Hall of Fame. Especially, they have a good tight end. They just don't know how to use him. So I'd rather save Tua for possibly the long term. And I got to hope that next year the kid figures out, you know what, dude, I got to get rid of the football quickly. And if I do that, I can play in this game for a while. But if I keep holding on to the football and I keep allowing these big-ass dudes to get to me, I'm putting myself at risk and putting the team and my family is also going to be, hurting because of all this stuff. So I hope that he gets, I hope the light goes on for him in that sense. And I'm hoping for the long term because I don't know when you're going to get the next quarterback. It's not that easy. And that's where I laugh at some of you idiots out there that think, oh, no, we'll get rid of him. We'll get the next guy. Like it's that easy. This kid can play. And as I told you yesterday, it's not so much injuries, which has always been his bugaboo. Now it's concussion. So he's got to figure that out. And if he can do that, then we're all right. What is it? It says, you have zero faith, not even a little. It's sad. Why would I have any? Why do you lie to yourself? I have faith if Tua plays that maybe you can win. But, this team is so injury riddled. It's hard to ask them to be a Super Bowl team. You're the people, by the way, okay? You're the guy right there. Let me. I just busted you people right there, okay? You're the people that then create unrealistic expectations, like the defense, and then you're killing Josh Boyer because you think the defense is supposed to be great when it's all injury-riddled. You're the kind of people that when you're starting a season with Ryan Tannehill You think you're going to go deep into the playoffs. I'm not that guy. They were a Super Bowl caliber team several weeks back. Now, it's too many injuries. I don't even know what the hell Brandon Shell's going to do this week. If he's not, then you got Robert Hunt moving over, which, by the way, if Robert Hunt continues to play like he played last week when he filled in, you just might be, you got your right tackle. And Robert Jones, God bless him, he's more used to the right side than the left, and he's had to adjust to the left. And, man, he has been a nice find off the street. Tough dude. Pretty flexible, obviously. Like it a lot, man. I like it a lot. So you guys want to lie to yourselves, you go ahead. I'd rather save Tua and get ready for next year and bring everybody back and everybody healthy. Then I feel good like you can make a Super Bowl run. But right now, you have no shot at being a Super Bowl team. Come on, man. That's all. But if you guys want to lie to yourselves, you go ahead and lie to yourselves. I get it. That's why you're fans. You're fanatical. You have no reasoning whatsoever. Walmart bag, very interesting name. Beating the Bills in Buffalo would be my Super Bowl. Yeah, that's true, actually. That would be a Super Bowl. I'm 22, never watched a playoff win, and hate the Bills more than I used to hate Brady and the Pats. Let Tua play. Robert Slappy says team ain't going nowhere with this roster. Too depleted in key areas. Shut Tua down this year and drive on. Ray says Skyler struggled to make passes against the Jets at home, and now you're asking him to put the team on his back and get in a shootout with Josh Allen. Be real, guys. Come on. Or Teddy. Neither one. And Teddy has a messed up finger, a pinky, in his throwing hand. And that weather and that wind, yeah, no. We don't need a great D. We just need plays made on third down, Big O. All right, Ron. Yes, and then a couple more plays, and they'll get it done, my man. We've been winning and losing streaks this year. To get 3 in a row, we're good, Big O. They barely beat a mediocre Jets team, dude. Relax. Buffalo is way better than the Jets. It's not even close. Anyway, Big O, Sean Stanley, hope you saw my last comment. I did not see the last comment, Ray. Extreme. There's a lot of ambiguity to exactly how much to rest Tua needs to be recovered. Guard against future incidents. Having more info about concussions generally would clarify things for us. Actually, there is information, Rick. All you have to do is go read the Nowinski article, and he talks about how the key is giving players time to recover, and that's something that they haven't given really to the proper time to recover. So we'll find out now at 11:30 if there's any kind of Tua news, because that'll be the first question that Barry Jackson is going to ask Mike McDaniel. Hey, what's going on with Tua? What's going on with Tua? That's what's going to end up happening. What do we have right now? How are the markets doing, by the way? Okay. Bitcoin's pretty steady, staying right there above 17. All the markets are green. S&P up 0.5 point. NASDAQ up a little over 0.75 of a point. The Dow's up 1/4 of a point, barely. But hey, it's better to have green than red, right? I like that. So hopefully there's a little bit of a move. We'll get the Fed's info tomorrow, I think, or is it today? I forgot. Does Powell speak today or tomorrow? I forgot. But we should get something also this week on that. Skyler's eyes were like this last week. You could clearly see it. Yeah, man. It's not his fault. You're asking a lot for a quarterback to carry on this team right now. It's not easy. You know, you don't have a dominant running game, and then your quarterback is not necessarily really experienced. So he's got to do a lot in order to really, get through it. So it's tough, man. What else do we have here? Bit Bob says, so sorry, Big O. Never had a true friend be there for me that many years like Bill was there for you. My condolences as always. It's I tell you, bro, it plays with your mind and your heart too. I can tell you that. It's just one of those where because it changes everything, because it's the person you hung out with like for almost everything, and working too. Ray says these fans that say we have a great chance with Skyler to beat Buffalo should just listen to QAM instead if they want fluff. Joe doesn't do fluff, bro. I know the other guys like to have fun on their shows and all that kind of stuff. And they screw around a lot and all that and play games and things, which is very popular, by the way. But Joe calls it pretty much like he sees it, dude. And I would imagine that whenever that end comes, which is, I don't know when it is, because they kept telling me that it was coming close for him, that he's going to leave or whatever. I don't know. But I would imagine that last month is going to be very interesting because you probably go off on some people. Let's see. Big O, do you think they will stop doing CPR end zone celebrations? No. I mean, I doubt that, but we'll see. Agree. Let's see. For Tua haters, Cheetah had 1,700 yards even with Tua missing 5 games. I know. It's crazy, right? What a shame. What a shame. Big O, the irony of Skyler being so green and not having confidence most likely led to him making mistakes and inevitably winning. Yeah. No, he stayed. Yeah, he did stay calm and not making mistakes. You're right about that. And that's the best thing he did. And I'm sure they probably told him 1,000 times, whatever you do, don't turn over the football. Throw it away, run, don't turn over the football. Okay. Let's see. Damar Hamlin, by the way, has been discharged now from the Buffalo General Medical Center and Gates Vascular Institute in Buffalo. Hamlin was admitted on Monday and went through a comprehensive medical evaluation, as well as a series of cardiac, neurological, and vascular testing on Tuesday. So great news there. He continues to just make amazing progress. All right. It is 11:30. So we will keep you updated now on what's going on with Mike McDaniel. I would imagine that he's about to address the media. So we'll go over some of the comments that McDaniel has on Tua, because that's really what we're all kind of waiting for, right? Basically, we're just waiting for the Tua update. Everybody, although here's my prediction. I've said this. I told Cam this. I don't think he tells you anything right now. I don't think it benefits him at all to say that he's playing. I think he says, "Oh, they're still talking. I'm not sure if he'll be on the field." That's not, I gotta, when I see him out on the field, then I can tell you and I can coach him up and all that. I keep my distance because I don't want to be a part of anything and don't want to influence anything or anything, all that kind of BS stuff that he gives you. So I just kind of think that he will not say anything whatsoever, but we'll see. He should start addressing the media any second now, and then we'll get to it. Vega Tav says, I'm going into this game just to enjoy my Dolphins on TV with sound off, rarely get them out of market, no expectations, just to have fun. I hope we can build an experience for next year. Exactly. I'm with you. Tweak McDaniel a little bit there on the game day coaching. and the rest is history. And they're off and running. But so far, no comments yet from any of the writers on Mike McDaniel, and Sean and myself will both keep you updated. Okay. Karen says Joe Shad threw some great stats. Tua is the youngest player to lead the NFL in passer rating since Marino in '84. Yeah, by the way, he ended up number 1 and Mahomes was number 2. He beat him by a couple tenths of a point. But hey, you guys some of you want to get rid of him. You want to give up on him right away. I'm telling you, I really wonder about some of your relationships. First sign of adversity, you dumping your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, your boyfriend. Some of you out there, man, I tell you, it's just one of those where it's baffling how there's very little, what's it called, loyalty, you know? Big O, you talk as if Tua won't get a concussion next year. Well, hey, Lucas, he didn't get injured this year. What do you got to say? What do you got to say, Lucas? Because concussions weren't his problem at all his entire life. Only problem was injuries, ribs, fractured finger, hip, ankles. So what happened, dude? So you want to complain about concussions now. So why can't he avoid them next year? And again, do you listen to the show? I think I've pointed out his problem is he holds on to the ball too long. So if he gets rid of it, he might decrease his chances of getting injured or concussed. I'm just saying. So what comes up after? Let's see. Here. This is all you got to do is listen to this guy. Big O, you talk as if Tua won't get a concussion next year, and he can get rid of the ball and still get hit, right? Browns want to interview Flores. Finns need better quality backups. You already know what this guy is, right? This is the sourpuss. The sourpuss dude. No response. That injuries weren't his problem this year because it wasn't concussions, right? So, he avoided injuries, but he can't avoid concussions. What he has avoided his whole life up until the last couple of months. Okay. All right. So, Richard Saylor says, morning, Big O. And yes, people want to get rid of the kid. All we hear is the team with, what is it? Will get rid of Tua. I've been a fan since the beginning of the Dolphins, and Tua can be the guy since Greasy. Yeah, I'm or Marino. But yeah, I that's my problem with all of that. It's like you think guys aren't going to, you think that they're going to be able to just unearth the next guy over and over again. It's not easy.
Hey, yo.
Yes, sir.
I have Mike McDaniel on, and he just stated they asked him about Tua.
Not
he
cleared.
Said Tua has not been cleared, and that he has ruled him out.
Yep, that's it. Sunday. I see it here. Tua's been ruled out for Sunday versus the Bills. Long term, baby. Sucks now because we really have no shot. Okay, it sucks, but okay. The controversy is over. You guys can now. Those of you out there, you can be the sourpuss and screw the Dolphins and they're idiots and all that stuff. And Tua's a softie, And if Tua can't play now, what the hell do you need him for? And all that good stuff. Go ahead. Unleash. Let's go. Let's go. Tua is out. Okay? Over. Let's move on. I'm happy and sad, right? I'm happy because for me, this is the best thing for him long term. Okay? The best thing long term for the Miami Dolphins is Tua getting the proper rest and recovery for his head. This is incredibly serious. And as I've explained several times, just look at it gradually. It's easier for him to get concussed. And if you allow another one, man, I'm telling you, it's not good. You want to get him back and reset. And there's, I was reading Nowinski was talking about, I'm not smart enough to talk about some neurons or whatever. I don't know. Maybe not neurons or something that he talked about in the brain that once you lose them, it's harder for your brain to recover or protect itself. And so, and the way you lose them is by having them also happen to you consecutively. He says it's not a perfect system, but he's a concussion expert. Okay. And while they're all still learning about this, because that's the thing about medicine continually evolves, and they're constantly learning about anything and everything, whether it's brain trauma, whether it's a virus, whether it's some kind of, surgery or something, or some kind of disease. They're always making some hell. I think they just made some progress with an Alzheimer's drug, right? So, these things are always evolving and they're always learning because they don't know everything. Plus, DNAs are different, and it's different how one guy can ram into a wall 46 times and it doesn't affect him. And then the other guy rams into the wall just one time and his season's over. Ethan Carter suffered a concussion and he was done for the year. Done. And they needed him. He's Alec Ingold's backup. If they needed a halfback, fullback to fill in for Ingold, it was Ethan Carter. But look at the position he plays, fullback. He got that concussion, and it was so bad that he was done for the year. That's one. Everything is different. And so that's why medicine can't explain sometimes. You can't explain the dude that smokes a pack or two of cigarettes a day, and he's 87 years old. The other guy that smokes a pack or two a day is dead at 47, and you can't explain it. Some of you got a grandfather that can still drink whiskey into his 80s. Still, hey, yeah, I got to get my shot every day or this, that. And then you got others that if they took a shot of whiskey at 70 or 65, they'd die right there on the spot. Winston Churchill. That's why Churchill cigars they're called Churchills because of Winston. Big ass long. That guy smoked like 7-8 cigars. What did Churchill live till? Let me see here a second. Here we go. Winston lived till he was, he's only 5'6". He should have played soccer. Almost like 91. No, 89. I'm sorry. 89. Smoking 6-7 cigars a day. Churchill cigars. Okay. Not just a cigar, a Churchill cigar. Okay. You can't explain DNAs. You can't explain how one thing affects one human being over another. COVID could affect you in no way. It could kill you, or you won't be able to taste something for 6 months, a year, or 2 years. You have no idea, and neither do they. And that's kind of the thing with the brain trauma and all of that. And it's something that they're still figuring out. Dude, 89 with all those cigars. That's amazing. Let's see. You got me dying, Big O. I don't know. What did I say that was funny? We need to get a QB next season. We can't rely on two anymore. Yep, that's it. And what happened to 3 seasons before and 8 seasons before that and 15? How'd that we need a QB thing work out for you? I love that. That's the dumbest thing in the world. Yeah, we forget Tua. We got to go get another guy. Yeah, they grow on trees. Yeah, the Dolphins are so exceptional at finding quarterbacks. You're right. George says, right on, Big O. It's bittersweet, but it's for the best. Look at Sidney Crosby. If you need an example on how away from the harsh contact handles the issue. Yeah, but that's common sense. Fans are fanatical. They don't have common sense. Don't forget, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. By the way, Edge Energy Drink is a proud sponsor of our program. We love talking about Edge. It powers you at any time you get that jolt. And by the way, it is delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. It is a great elixir. So I like to mix it up with a little vodka. Go to myedgedrink.com. Use our code Big O, get 10% off. Order it to your home, order it to your office. That way you can, you got somebody coming over and you want to mix a little energy drink with a little vodka. They're going to love it. And when I tell you delicious, when I tell you smooth, when I tell you zero aftertaste, I mean it. And I know that's ballsy, right? Because when it comes to energy drinks, my God, they're all loaded with aftertaste. Edge has 0 and 78 calories, which is another joke. Order it. By the way, the can is super cool. You're going to want to even keep the can. Put a plant inside of it or something. I'm telling you, it's awesome. It's a beautiful can. The texture, everything. Great job. Also in the redesigning of the can. But check it out. Go to myedgedrink.com. Use our code Big O. Get 10% off for Edge Energy Drink. Yeah, some of you are completely nuts. You just think the QBs grow on trees. Big O, explain to me how you avoid concussions in the NFL. I've already explained what you had to do, bro. I mean, if you haven't listened to the show, I've explained it many times. So go back and listen to plenty of them of what he has to do. By the way, Miami Kid J, how did he avoid injuries this year? Thanks for playing. Appreciate it. Okay. His next big hit could destroy his brain. Well, there you go. We go from Super Bowl talk to this is so there was no Super Bowl talk. Darren, I like you, brother. I appreciate you listening all the time. If you're thinking Super Bowl with this team, you're a freaking idiot. Are we clear?
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
You had any kind of Super Bowl aspirations or thoughts or dreams or just an inkling of it, you're completely stupid. You know nothing about football. And you're so dumb that you'll lie to yourself. So you weigh 400 pounds, you think you're skinny? Is that what you do? I look slender. I'm looking good. I've lost 3 pounds. I'm down to 399. Is that what you're doing? Seriously, come on, man. We go from Super Bowl talk to this. What's Super Bowl, bro? What Super Bowl are you going to win with this team? I mean, that's just, let me just tell everybody that I'm a dumbass and I don't know anything about football. My God. Yeah, Darren, I talked about Super Bowl weeks ago, bro. Before all this crap, when they were on a 5-game winning streak, when people were at least somewhat healthy. Teron Armstead's picked up 3 more injuries since then. You just lost Brandon Shell now. Team's decimated with injuries. Tua got another concussion. It's over. Mostert blew out his thumb. What more do you want from this team, dude? X looks like a shell of himself. How in the hell are you going to get to a Super Bowl and win it, dude? The hell is wrong with you people? I mean, it's absolute delusion. That's it, Nathan. Thank you. The delusion is ridiculous. This is why some of you are called fanatics, because you have no logic whatsoever. God bless, dude. Super Bowl talk to this. Who the hell was talking about a Super Bowl at this point? Give me a break, man. All right, just to be happy they made it. That's it. That's all. That's what you got to do. Be happy that they made it. Be happy that they're there, and that's it. Nothing else. McDaniel on Skyler possibility starting the playoff game. I'm not sure anyone really understands what he was able to accomplish against the Jets. He's banking on reps that he's doing individually after practice. Yeah, we're not banking on that. He won't entertain a question about whether Tua will ever be able to play again. Really, just the next step is for him to fully play through this protocol. Then we can see where the land lays. What else do we have here? Does he have any concerns being raised about doctors about Tua playing again? And does the team expect him to resume his career? McDaniel declined to answer, saying, I'm just thinking about him getting fully healthy as a human being, because everybody wants to go to the sensationalistic end. He's going to play again. Just, but hey, that'll get the clicks, right? So they can get that going. What else do we have here on the whole deal? McDaniel says he's not thinking about to his career when asked about it. Okay, same stuff. Let's see. Anything else? Okay. No. So far, nothing earth-shattering or anything on there that outside of Tua not playing. That's it. Not much, ladies and gentlemen. Not much. Let's see. Nothing. I'm seeing nothing here that it looks like a Skyler start. At least that's what it kind of looks like. I don't see anything yet on Teddy being the starter. Here we go. Here we go. On Bridgewater, he needs to be able to rip it in time to get some work with his teammates. That's not really even his objective. He's really focusing on being able to come through if needed. He knows on the front end he's not going to be able to get that many reps. So that's going to be a challenge for him. Yes, sir.
I'm listening to the press conference. Everything's leaning towards Skyler being the starter.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah. McDaniel said it was compounding variables, not setbacks, that led to Tua being ruled out Sunday. So that's all it is. Skyler's likely to start Sunday. Teddy won't be able to get as many reps, so we'll see how that turns out. So we'll have the super neck backing him up. Hey, listen, Mike Glennon might come in, and all of a sudden the light goes on for Mike Glennon. He becomes a Super Bowl quarterback, and he takes them all the way. There you go. You guys want that? Okay, Mike Glennon is ready to take the Dolphins to the Super Bowl. Believe that one. $3.99. Looking slim. Okay. What are we gonna do here? Diego per Big O. If we wait till next year, Tua may not get a concussion as easy, but it's not like he's injury prone, right? Exactly. He's not injury prone. He was concussion prone this year. Dislocated finger is 3. Yeah, it's your pinky, man. I mean, most of you have thrown a football, right? I would imagine. When you grip a football, that pinky is incredibly important. And you got to have strength and be able to put pressure on the ball with that pinky in order to put spin on it. It's not that easy. You got to, they're screwed in that sense. So the neck will probably back them up. That would make sense. Oh, watch the line now. Watch the line soar. Okay? All right, watch the line soar now. I'm gonna pull it back up here and see what happens with the betting line. But I would imagine that in a short amount of time, the Dolphins line is gonna minus 13. What did I tell you? What the hell did I tell you? If you believed in the Bills, make your bet now. Take the 9 points. Minus 13. Over and under is 43.5. In one announcement, it jumped 4 points. You got to learn to buy stocks and crypto when it's low. Okay? You don't pick up Alethea right now after it's gone over 100% up. Those of us that were in on it, well, hey, man, what can I tell you? I can't help you. You don't pick up Gala now after it's gone up where it was at 1.6 cents and it's over 4 cents now. And it was at a point where you were tripling your money, but it went down a little bit, which you expected to get corrected a little bit. And there'll be another move up. I'm not worried about it. I think Gala's going to go up to maybe even $1 eventually, but it's just me. I'm not a financial advisor. As I always tell all of you out there, I'm never a financial advisor. I'm just a dude that talks on the air, and I don't know anything about anything, okay? So, there you go. Is a forfeit legal? Bro, they're going to win. Skyler's going to light up the Bills. He's going to throw 500 yards, 7 touchdowns. He said, Tua's got 6. I got 7. Okay? I don't know what you're talking about. Why would you want to, give up on this game? Forfeit. You've got Skyler. Joe Montana has nothing on me, Thompson. Okay? Skyler's actually dying to get to the Super Bowl to hand Tom Brady a Super Bowl loss. Okay? That's it. That's what he's all about. Big O, it's that easy, but it's not that hard either. I've thrown a football with a broken pinky in high school, and I managed fine. Brother, did you just compare your broken pinky and high school, dude? Seriously. Did you just do that? Come on, too extreme. You just went too extreme. Big O has Alzheimer's. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you, Darren. George says, Big O, if I'm Skyler, I go all out, take all chances I can. It may be my only shot at a huge payday moving forward. Got nothing to lose. You got nothing to lose. Someone better tell Sky to wear some Depends in Buffalo. Nah, that kid he might be lost, but he's not going to be fearing the situation. He's a tough kid, man. What else? Big O, what do you mean Super Bowl talk? Bro, you were the one buying a house in Arizona. Yeah. Yeah, that was weeks ago, my brother. Weeks ago. If you're still at that point now, then you're an idiot. I mean, I reassess things. I get it. You're the guy that marries a woman that is constantly cheating on you, and you say, well, eventually she'll stop, and she loves me. Not me. You know what I'm saying? Once I see her that she's cheating, then I got to get the hell out. You, on the other hand, you don't reassess the situation. You're sitting there in your porch, and the water's approaching your first step there. You look over to the wet. Nah, don't worry. It's not going to flood here. Water won't rise anymore. We're good. Not me. I reassess. I'm getting on the boat and get the hell out of there. I got a raft. I'm gone. I'm getting my 4x4 and I'm out of there. I reassess the situation. You, on the other hand, I guess you don't know what reassessing the situation is. So you stay there. Me, God. Nikki Davis is chiming in now. Big O, Tua has been ruled out. Nikki Davis, breaking news right here on the show. We're all shocked. Tua's out. Oh, my God. Nikki, how do you do that to us? Give us all that bad news. You're a bad person, Nikki. Skyler can become Nick Foles, LOL. Well, what we need is the Dolphins to become the Eagles of that year. First of all, if we do that, and maybe, just maybe, he can throw a couple of passes and get lucky. True Fin Fan says, I missed your super chat. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Oh, well, first of all, Resurrected Gaming says, with Sky getting the start and Hill and Waddle banged up, will Ezukama finally be active? He was active last week. And I doubt he's going to play in this game, but you never know. They might be desperate enough that they need him. But I would imagine the two top guys are going to be available and they're going to be playing. Plus, you'll have Sherfield available. Plus, you're getting Gesicki involved. So I would say that Ezukama will do nothing this week. True Fin Fan 78, thank you for the love in the super chat. The only light to go near Glennon is the sun. There you go. There you go. The flight of Glennon, not Icarus. It wasn't Icarus that actually flew close to the sun. And no. It was Mike Glennon. His neck grew too long and it broke through the ozone layer into space. And it's getting a little closer to the sun. That's what's happening. Mike Glennon, I got to tell you. Can't wait to see Mike Glennon play in that game. Big O, something seems weird, says Alex Brown around Tua. Do you think he plays for us next year? I don't know how to explain it. Something seems weird, or maybe I'm paranoid for all these years. Yeah, Alex, you're just part of that. What's it called? You're the kind of people that are into those conspiracy theories. He's been ruled out. Period. It's a concussion. He needs time to heal. That's it. Nothing more. He'll be back next year. He's under contract. It's guaranteed. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. But hey, way to buy hook, line, and sinker. All the sensationalism that the media just threw out just minutes ago. Oh, he won't answer about his future. Like I told you, it doesn't benefit him to say anything now. I think I told you guys this in the last hour, right? That it doesn't benefit him saying that he's playing or not playing or anything. It would have benefited him to just keep us in the dark. Why? Because then the sensationalism starts. I don't know, man, but I've been at this for over 3 decades. I just kind of know how this whole shit always plays out pretty much. I told you there was no benefit to saying any damn thing today. But he had to tore off the scab, and here comes the sensationalism. And then here comes, because so many of you hook, line, and sinker. Oh, Bitcoin's evil. Hook, line, and sinker. You know, oh, The election was rigged. Hook, line, and sinker. Oh, will he ever play again? Hook, line, and sinker. Oh, Hamlin, it must have been the COVID shot. Hook, line, and sinker. You know. We got a lot of suckers in this world, man. That's why a lot of those same people probably fall for the Nigerian prince emailing him. Please help me. If you help me and send me $100, we can unleash $8 billion. I will share with you. I am a Nigerian prince. Okay. Hour number 3 of the Big O radio show is next right here on the Sports Talk 305 network.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Canes Wear at Miami Fan Wear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Canes Wear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
foregoing statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right. There we are. We're back. So hard being a Dolphins fan, says Gonzo. It is. It's tough, man. It's not easy, man. It's not easy. Mike No-Go Zones, thank you for the love on the super chat, my brother. He says, good afternoon. Do you think my Giants have a chance against the Vikings? Yes, I do, because I don't trust the Vikings. And by the way, Dable has done an awesome, awesome job, because I don't really buy the Vikings that much. I mean, the Giants either, but man, you got to give them props. You know, and what Dable's done, I think he has more than maximized that roster. And even Daniel Jones, I think he's, found a way to maximize him. So, yeah, they definitely have a chance. Mike, my thing with a lot of these teams, when you're in these tight games all the time and they have had, the good fortunes of coming through, a lot of times that ends up coming back to bite you in the ass, especially in key moments. Sometimes it does work out. Example, the Florida Marlins back in the day in 2003, they led the league in, I think, 1-run wins or something like that, on close wins. And it ended up paying off for them that from May on, they had the best record in baseball. They had the whole Dontrell thing and all that stuff take off. And then the playoffs, obviously, Beckett did an amazing job and all that kind of stuff. And it paid off for them, right? But a lot of times in other ways, the Heat is doing that now. They're doing a really good job of winning some of these clutch games. But I just think that this ends up normally catching up to you. And I think it could easily catch up to the Vikings when it's all said and done. So I would say that, yeah, the Giants, I just don't trust the Vikings to be able to do what they've done in the regular season now against playoff teams week in and week out. It just becomes that much harder. And even with the Marlins, they needed Cruz to make a mistake in the outfield badly in the San Fran series. They needed Bartman to screw up in the Chicago series. There were things also that went on throughout the playoffs, which happens to a lot of championship teams in every sport, that the ball, the puck, the whatever bounces your way, and you get a break here, a break there. And yeah, the Marlins got a couple of breaks along the way, which is, kind of normal for, stuff like that. So I would say, yeah, definitely. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh my God, I'm shocked the Giants beat the Vikings. No, I wouldn't be shocked that any team in the NFC beats the Vikings in the playoffs. What I will be shocked is if the Vikings are in the Super Bowl. That'll be my shock. Okay. Nelson says, Orlando, it's okay. Skyler is like Montana. Hannah Montana. Get ready for an embarrassing loss. There you go. All right. Party in the USA. I love it. Dolphins always put up a fight. Can't say anything bad about the effort this year, so they'll go down battling. I agree with that, Jason. I agree with that. I just don't know if they'll have enough firepower to keep up with the offense of the Buffalo Bills. I mean, you're asking the Dolphin defense to now play above and beyond the greatest game that they've played this year, like by miles. And that's really, really difficult. And by the way, with 2 out, guaranteed, Teron Armstead is out for this game. Was it in his contract? Can anybody get access to his contract and read? Is there a stipulation? If Tua doesn't play, I do not play. Just wondering. because I can guarantee you that he's out for this week probably. Last year we were blown off the field in all their losses. The improvement is very obvious against a much tougher schedule. Actually, the Dolphins, I did not realize this. I read this 2 days ago, I think it was. We hadn't talked about it, but they played, I think, one of the 3 toughest schedules in the NFL. Because you really don't know how tough your schedule is at the beginning of the year because you don't know where teams are really going to be at. But by the end of this season, supposedly the Dolphins either had the 1 or 2 or 3 toughest schedules in the NFL. And then you throw in all the damn injuries. My God. It's crazy, man. It's I know it sucks. I totally understand your disappointment. I've got plenty of disappointment myself in all of this, but it's more for the season. And I know it's frustrating for us to watch that game on Sunday, and we got to hope for the miracle of all miracles. I mean, think about this. Let's have a little fun for those of you that know any South Florida history. Okay? What are the biggest underrated games that Miami teams have won in history? The Rex Chapman 39-point game with 8 people and Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen in town. That's one of them. Could the first championship be included? Because Nebraska was such a monster in those days, and Miami was a neophyte breaking onto the scene. I remember the expansion year, the Miami Heat beating the Utah Jazz. Maybe we could go also for the Panthers. You know, several of their series that year when they made it to the Stanley Cup. That whole thing, just getting to the Stanley Cup against the great Colorado Avalanche, was absolutely amazing. But they didn't win, so that one doesn't count as much. But you think about it, that's what this game would go down. If Skylar Thompson or Mike Glennon, who's probably going to back him up, if those guys lead the Dolphins to a victory over the Bills in the playoffs, it might be the greatest underdog South Florida team in sports history. Not that it's going to happen. I don't think there's a shot in hell. And you can keep this here if you want, Sean, and use it on Monday. But I don't think there's a shot in hell that Miami wins this game. But it might be the biggest underdog win by any South Florida team in sports history. That's what we're asking for them to do. You know, it's just hard. It's hard. Marino Castillo, thank you for the love in the super chat. Big O, what a season. Now that it's officially over, we have to be really honest about the QB situation. While Tua could be the best option for 2023 until he gets injured in week 3, what's next? I already said it. I've already talked about this. I said you gotta go get a better plan B than Teddy B. That's it. That's what they have to do. They have no shot. They have to do that. They have to protect themselves just in case, because unfortunately, he's either dealt with injuries and now with concussions. So you gotta protect yourself from Tua, because Tua doesn't know how to protect himself. He's the guy that comes off a concussion and goes barreling into a defender. He's the guy that continues to hold on to the ball for 4 or 5 seconds. What are you going to do? He's the guy that continues to think that he can scramble around and do the Mahomes things when he doesn't have those wheels. So until he learns how to do that, he will not have a long career, as I've said many times over. If he learns next year, finally, not do it for a short amount of time, then revert back to your bad habits, then you'll be fine. But because you can't guarantee that, because you cannot trust Tua, you can't trust his body, and you can't trust his discipline. He has no discipline when it comes to protecting himself. 0. So you have to try to find something that's better than Teddy Bridgewater. Now, it's a catch-22 because what are you going to get out there that's willing to sit behind Tua and wait for their opportunity? You're not going to get Derek Carr. He's going to get offered a starting job somewhere else. Jimmy Garoppolo's a sack of injuries anyways. He's worse than Tua. He misses way more games than Tua. It's not even close on that one. There's not a lot of options. You know, we've talked about the Red Rifle possibly coming here. You know, that might be Andy Dalton might be a backup. Now, again, Andy Dalton doesn't get you excited at all. That if you lose Tua, Andy Dalton's not taking you to the Super Bowl, probably. Your team would have to be so dominant. You would have to be the 0-1 Ravens or the 0-3 Bucks. It's probably where you're going to have to be. You have to be something, those 2015 Broncos, right? Is that was it 15 or 16 or, you know the Broncos team, the one with Peyton Manning. Then Peyton Manning couldn't throw for 10 yards. You need something like that? You know what I'm saying? So we're asking a lot now. This would be like one of the most legendary underdog wins in the history of South Florida sports. And I just there's no chance. There's just no chance. I just don't see it at all. And those guys are going to be jacked. And I'm sure now they're looking at it going, "Ooh, we can feast on these guys." That's probably what they're thinking. That they've got an in now. Oh man, Tua's not playing. This will be a lot easier for the Buffalo Bills. Big O, if you're the Dolphins and it's round 2 and you have a pretty good looking linebacker DB available, do you take them over someone like Hendon Hooker or Richardson if they're there? I don't know yet, Leo. Let me go do my homework first. I haven't done any draft homework yet. So I don't know. Okay? I have no idea. The Georgia kid, Hendon Hooker, I have no idea. No idea. So let me first go do my homework. I'll start doing it at the end of the month when I go to Mobile and start to talk to some folks out there. And then I'll start getting the priorities of what we're talking about, linebacker, corner, tight end. By the way, I know they've got the young tight end, Tanner Connor, that is a developmental guy, but is there a one of those beastly tight ends that can block and pass catch? I don't know. All these kind of things, I need to find out all that kind of stuff. And then I got to find out more about all these quarterbacks and what people think about these quarterbacks. And then I can give you a little bit more of the facts. But I'd rather talk to the pros first and do what I've done for 20 years. But right now, I'll be completely honest. I've done, because of this Dolphin season, normally by halfway through the year, I'm already like inquiring and all that. I've done no prep whatsoever for the draft. So I'll start that now after this week is done. We'll start to prep, and I'll have more information in that sense. Alf is in the house. He said Tyreek Hill was left off the first team All-Pro when they snub Zach Thomas in 3 weeks. The season will be complete. That's crazy. Tyreek Hill was left off the first team All-Pro. Wow. Who was ahead of him? That's
Jefferson and Devontae Adams.
Didn't he have a better year than Devontae Adams?
I'll have to look at the stats.
Look it up for me. I want to say, I know Justin Jefferson had a monster year. But Devontae Adams, I thought he had a better year. I know Devontae had a good year, but I thought he was actually better than Devontae. Oh, well. Let's see. What else do we have here? The only way we win is fate. Fate is a way of punching sweet little things in the face. It would be a sweet little thing with Hamlin for the Bills to win, but fate likes to sack kick that stuff. Yeah, that fate ain't happening here. What do you got for me?
Devontae was 100 catches, 1,516 yards, 14 touchdowns.
And Hill? Let's see, what else do we have? Let me get you started on linebacker names on the draft. None of that means anything to me, bro. None of that means anything to me. I'll talk to the people that actually like do this for a living, and then I'll gather information from the pros. Okay, all right. Appreciate that, Justin, but none of that means anything to me, my man. That's just a waste of time. NT Chewy, Greer is god awful. You draft Tua if you have a line like the Eagles have not the worst offensive line in the NFL history. Charles Harris over TJ Watt, Igbo over T Diggs, Austin Jackson, Liam goes on. Is that go for it, bro? It is what it is. Yes, sir.
Tyreek, 119 catches, 1,710 yards, 7 touchdowns.
Okay, so he beat him in touchdowns, but he beat him in everything else, catches and yards. So and also,
and
by the way, they're in the playoffs and the Raiders are not.
Yeah, and Devontae was a 15.6 average per catch. Tyreek was 14.4.
Okay, all right, so he beat him there per catch. Okay. It's weird how do I look at that? Is it easier for you to catch that many yards when you have nobody opposite of you that can really take the pressure off and is almost as good as you? Or is it easier for you to catch all those yards when there's another monster on the other side that also commands the hell out of the ball? It's kind of interesting. I mean, Darren Waller is his Waddle in a way. In a way, I would have to say. Because it's kind of like what happens in when Tyreek was in KC, that Kelsey was his guy. By the way, how good of a year did Darren Waller have? If you don't mind looking it up for me. I'm wondering how much command of the offense did Darren Waller have?
28 catches, 3 touchdowns, 388 yards.
Oh, yeah, it's no comparison. Ugh. Yeah, no comparison. I don't know. It's kind of interesting because if you're the only guy they throw to, it's a little easier to amass the yards than if you have other guys like having Waddle opposite of him who commands a lot. Interesting. So, yeah. Adams is a better wide receiver. Hill is explosive. I think they're both great receivers. I don't think you really lose with either guy. I think they're both absolutely phenomenal. The only reason there's a discussion here is because Tua missed 5 games. That's the only reason. If Tua plays the games, Tyreek squashes everything that Adam did. He's well over 2,000 yards. So that, to me, that's the only reason why there was a discussion this year. If not, Tyreek was headed for being the number 1 wide receiver easily in the NFL. So, anyway, we'll see what ends up happening there. Luigi wants to hold Greer accountable for the blown picks. Fire Greer, signing Chubb was the last straw. Actually, trading and then signing Chubb. So, yes. And by the way, yesterday was a reminder because Roquan Smith signs a 5-year, $100 million deal, $45 million guaranteed. They gave up a 2nd rounder for him. Miami gave up a 1st and a 4th and Chase Edmonds. They got back a 5th rounder. And I think you had to give up some stuff so you can, you had to they took the money, so you give the 4th rounder, I think, for the Chase Edmonds deal, and then you get back the 5th rounder. But they gave him a 5-year, $112 million extension with $63 million guaranteed. So a bigger deal than Roquan Smith, and it has been a disaster so far. Now, 2 different linebackers. One is an outside pass rusher. So pass rushers, you normally pay more. Roquan is exactly what you also need, but it's in the middle. You actually needed both guys, right? But the problem is Chubb played like shit, and Roquan Smith played through the roof. And so the optics and the reality right now are definitely not good for Chris Grier. Nobody in the Dolphins can defend this move right now. So if Chubb doesn't come back with a great season next year, then yes, this deal will end up becoming an outright disaster, unfortunately. That's for sure. I'm not ready to call it a disaster because the guy came over this year and, it's not a really good defense right now. That secondary is not there to help out the front 7. The linebacking core is kind of weak. It's really tough. So I'm going to give him a pass for what he did this year. But if Chubb doesn't do it next year, then yeah, for sure, it becomes an outright disaster. Absolute disaster. And they must also feel that the middle linebacker, Tyndall, or maybe he's not even a middle linebacker. They must feel that he's going to make some progress to be there next year, because this year, brother, they weren't strong there and he couldn't find a way to get on the field. That's pretty bad, but he's young. So I've seen that plenty with young players, that they struggle in their first year to figure things out. And then they kind of get it going. Carr isn't going to be a backup anywhere. Why? Somebody said to go get Dolphin fan. Like I said, we need a better backup than Teddy. I think Carr fit. Yeah, Dolphin fan, my man, brother, put down the joint, the drink, the crack pipe, whatever it is. Derek Carr is going to be handed a starting job on a team. He's not going to come here to Miami to back up Tua. Don't be ridiculous. That's the problem with fans. So many of you are incredibly unrealistic about actually what really is going to happen. It's a shame, because then they don't meet your expectations and then you blame them instead of it actually is your fault because you had the unrealistic expectations. Constantly happens, man. Constantly happens. By the way, redrecover.com. We've been telling you about Red Recover for a long time, folks, now, and they got a great deal, 50% off. Okay, so if you're dealing with a shoulder pain, knees, elbows, or if you want to maximize your workouts, all right, you could do it before and after your workouts. Hayden Hurst, tight end for the Cincinnati Bengals. They're in the playoffs. And Hayden Hurst has actually had a really good year. He's probably optimizing his workouts and games before and after with a little Red Recover. And what I love about Red Recover wraps, not only do they work, not only is it all natural, not only are there no side effects, so it's great for kids, it's great for adults, it's great for your dogs, but it's also not tied to some electric cable. They're rechargeable batteries. So it's USB port, boom, you charge it for a couple minutes and you hook it on whatever part that you're using, and you run it for 15 minutes, then, that's it. You're done. No big deal. And you can walk around your house, your office, go to the store second. You want to leave your wrap on, you can do it. And you're getting the treatment while you're running your errands or hanging out or watching television. It's a beautiful thing. Go to redrecover.com. Check out the video blogs. If you got an old injury, an old surgery, how about this? The red light therapy can help a scar disappear. So if you recently had a surgery and you're worried about that scar, I'm not talking about a scar that's, years old. I'm talking about right now, you recently had a surgery and you want to try to make that scar disappear. We have before and after pictures where scars disappear. Okay. It's great for your dogs, their hips. Dogs have problems with their hips as they get older. We've got the wraps so you can treat them every day. In fact, one of our listeners has a Yorkie that had actually steel rods inserted into their back legs because they broke. He's been using the Red Recover wraps because it gets the blood flow going. Even with rods inserted in that little dog's back legs, it's making that little dog feel a lot better. It's got more movement out there. That's a beautiful thing. Sean Stanley, he's the big dog here on the show. He's got a knee that is bone on bone from jumping out of airplanes. He uses Red Recover to alleviate the discomfort. He's never going to fix it, okay? Unless he gets some kind of knee replacement or whatever, he's never going to fix it, right? You're always going to have that discomfort. But even Red Recover can help out alleviating that discomfort by getting the blood flow going in that area. It is truly an amazing product. Go to redrecover.com, and right now, 50% off. 50% off. Great present for somebody you love. You got a father, a grandfather, a mother, a son, somebody going through some issues. Man, that wrap might help their back, their neck, their shoulders, their knees, ankles, feet. My wife swears by the one that they got feet wraps. So if you stand up a lot and your feet are sore, get that treatment also. redrecover.com. All right. Big O will go down with the sinking to a ship, man. Man up, Big O, and concede that the kid is not pro-level QB. He's made of glass. Well, he's a pro-level QB, you dumb ass, because he's the highest-rated passer in the NFL. He's injury-prone. That he is, but he's always been that. That's him from day one. So, yeah, but he is a pro-level quarterback. Okay? He's the only pro-level quarterback you've had here since Dan Marino. But, you can leave the facts out. It's all good. Wes Welker became a top 10 receiver on the Patriots. And what does that have to do with anything? Not exactly sure. Does Red Recover work on concussions? I know a few customers for them. Samuel Robina, Micah Hyde has been designated to return from IR. It's going to make things even more difficult than they are already. They're done, bro. They're done anyways. So no QB competition for Tua. That's been our problem. No QB since Marino retired. Dave, who are you going to bring in? Dave Harbor Farms. Okay, who are you legitimately going to bring in to compete with Tua right now? Who's realistically going to sign and compete with Tua? Tell me, who? Who? Do you realize that everybody and anybody that could be available has never played better than Tua? Right? The only guy is Tom Brady. That's it. He's not coming here. He's going to go probably to the Raiders to play with McDaniel, of course. Right? Unless San Francisco wants to bring him in for one season or something like that and have Brock Purdy back him up because they'll lose Garoppolo. So who is it? Right? Tell me who's the guy you're going to bring in, Dave. I'm dying to see this answer. I agree, but we need to try. No, Dave. No. That pussy ass answer doesn't fly on this show. You opened your mouth. You got a big fucking mouth, don't you, Dave? Right? You want to open your mouth, right? Right here. The challenge is on. Give me a realistic name. Don't give me that bullshit. We're going to try. You can't complain about somebody if you don't have any kind of insight, my brother. You have no intelligence, no insight, no nothing. You just run your mouth. Who is it, Dave? Who are you going to bring in, Dave? Let's go. Bring it. I'm waiting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where are you, Dave? Where are you? I don't care you've been a fan since 1970. I don't give a shit about that, Dave. You want to be Mr. Smart Guy. What do you bring in? What do you bring in? And you bring nothing. You can watch. You can't comment. You can block him out of there too, Sean. See, you want a challenge. You want to run your mouth. Okay? Make sure when you post something, you can back it up. Okay? Stupidity is not really, I don't need to deal with it here on the show. You're gone, Dave. Have some fun. You can watch. You can't comment anymore. Okay? Why? Because when you start to think about it, what are you bringing in? What are you bringing in? That's why I say you got to find something in the draft. Garoppolo, he misses more games than Tua. You're not bringing in Derek Carr. He's going to get his own job. You're not bringing in Tom Brady. He's going to get his own gig. What is there out there? You tell me. Minshew. Minshew can't hold Tua's jock. How's Minshew going to beat out Tua? Dave's thing was bring somebody in for competition because we never bring in competition. Okay? I'm talking about bring somebody in that's a backup plan. That's a better backup plan. I'm not talking about competition. Who is going to beat him out? Who? Tell me. Aaron Rodgers. You got to trade for Aaron Rodgers, bro. And you got to have like $50 million. It's like, it's crazy stuff. That's not going to happen. That's not realistic, Aaron Rodgers. So there you go. So now, what is it? What do you got? Hey, Adam, it's not because you disagree. It's because I challenge people and they're idiots. And you're an idiot too. So, what do you want me to tell you? Big O, what do you think of these backup options? They are realistic. Andy Dalton, Nick Mullins, Matt Ryan. I don't want Matt Ryan or Nick Mullins. Andy Dalton sounds like the kind of backup that you're talking about. So in other words, Big O, your boy Greer drafted the wrong QB that will be on full display this weekend. That's what it looks like, right? For those of you that love Justin Herbert, right? So we'll talk about Justin Herbert's amazing performance on Monday. I'm looking forward to it. Martin says there are bigger needs than a QB. We have one. Heard some rumblings about the QB from the Gators as a work in progress. Right, Richardson. That you can do. You can do that. So this guy is just, get out of here, bro. If you're just going to troll, just get out of here, man. Just leave. You'll be blocked anyways. You can get the Moz guy out of there too. You can get his stupid ass out of there also. What else do we have? One more year with Tua and run it back one more time. Well, that's what's going to happen. Taylor Heineke. I don't know. Is he a free agent? I mean, he's just a guy, but at least he did all right. But he's just a guy. Ryan Tannehill. I've seen enough of that already. Cooper Rush. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's funny. Oh, let's bring in somebody to compete with him. Who the hell are you going to bring in to compete with Tua? Tua's going to smoke everybody that comes in. There's nobody available to compete with Tua realistically. Okay? See, that's the problem with some of you. You say stupid things like that Harbor guy, and then you don't think about it because you have no knowledge. Oh, we need to bring somebody in to compete with Tua. Who? None of you can name anybody because there's no one that's going to beat Tua out. The thing that you have to do is allow the young man to rest, okay, to get healthy again, and then restart next year. You got to give him one more shot. There's no giving up on Tua. That's stupid. That's ignorant. There's no one that's going to – he's the number one passer in the NFL. Number one. Do you know how stupid it sounds? Oh, I want to give up on the number one passer in the NFL. What? Just think about that. Think about that statement. I want to give up on the number one passer in the NFL. How do you do that?
That doesn't make any sense. So you have to come back next year, whether you like it or look, I get it. All of you complaining, if Tua somehow figures things out, learns how to get rid of the damn ball, stays healthy next year and has a great year, I'll never hear from any of you. You cowards will all disappear. And why? Because nobody's tracking anything. I even forgot that last guy that I blocked or Maz or whatever. I even forgot his name already. Because it's not important to me. But because you're a troll, I can already see once you're a troll, I'll just get rid of your ass. I don't care. Or if you're dumb and you want to say dumb things, you got to remember you're going to be challenged on this show if I catch it. There's almost 500 people watching. I'm not going to see all the comments, but if I do see it and I see that it's kind of stupid, I'm going to challenge it because you deserve to get challenged. Big O, maybe the guy with the broken pinky in high school is available to be our backup. Hey, I'll take it. Get the kid that throws with his right and his left. Have you guys seen that kid? That's pretty freaking cool. That guy, that's the future, man. The future is they're trying to get these kids that can be mobile and be accurate. And now I saw that kid that's ambidextrous. Can you imagine a guy that you can roll right or left and throw either way? That would be pretty cool. What's your choice as a backup QB next season? Mickey, as I told you, I got to do my homework. I got to wait to see what's out there. You know what I mean? I got to see what's going on in the draft. Who are all the quarterbacks coming out? I got to talk to a bunch of people in the NFL and find out. I've done no homework right now. Plus, we don't even know who's available in free agency, who's going to get traded, who's going to get cut. We don't know any of that. So right now, it's not even worth it. By the way, no, we're going to do Kelly tomorrow. Okay, so we'll I'll talk to Omar and we'll get Omar on tomorrow or Friday. So we kind of get through this whole, 2 a day that we've got going on here. Oh, by the way, nice job by Phil Baroni. Did you see that story, by the way, Sean, from Phil Baroni, the UFC star, former UFC star?
Yeah, I think I read something a couple days ago about it, yeah.
Is that a crazy story or what? The guy killed his girlfriend? But did you read how the story goes?
Huh? No, I just skimmed over it. I know it was in Mexico or something. And
yeah, dude. Yeah, in Mexico. But like I'm reading the story and I'll get back to Tua in just 1 second. But I just thought it was like a weird story because he tells the cops, right? He says, according to the initial report, Baroni called the police to his hotel room on January 1st after finding his girlfriend in Mexico unresponsive. And that apparently Baroni, who was reportedly under the influence of drugs and alcohol at the time, allegedly told police that the pair engaged in an argument after she revealed she had cheated on him. And so the former MMA star reportedly couldn't wake her up after he returned to the room. He threw her into the shower where she struck her head twice. Then he helped her back onto the bed where she requested beer and cigarettes. So you threw her like twice into the shower? You know what happens when you fall into the shower or you get thrown into the shower twice and you're getting hit. Nothing in the shower is soft. There's no part of the shower anywhere. You're going to get hit by things. You're going to get hurt big time. Oh, give me a beer and cigarettes. And she probably passed out and died right there. She probably had crap all over, some aneurysm or something blown up in her head. Jesus, what a crazy story that was. Holy moly. I saw that and was like, damn, this is a sick world, man. Sick world. If you got to put your hands on the person that you're with or love, maybe just leave them. Might be a good thing. Freaking AEW is going to be insane, apparently, to Karis. Eric Rash says Flores is going to get D coordinator at Browns with Deshaun Watson. Yep, there you go. They both,
He kicked Minka out and ended up with Minka. He wanted, because he wanted character people, so he wanted Deshaun Watson. And so there you go. Next thing you'll know, the Browns will trade for Jordan Love to back up Deshaun Watson. That's what will probably end up happening. Okay? It's too funny. At least we know the Bills won't win a ring this year if Skylar puts up 20 points on their defense, win or lose. Well, you never know that. They've got enough talent to win. Bills are a hell of a team. Darren says Herbert is looking like the better pick as of now. I have to admit that. He's a healthier pick. I don't believe in the kid. I've never believed in him. So to me, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I would have never drafted him anyway. At that pick, I was drafting a lineman. It's there. You can go back and watch the videos. Love Tua the player, but I didn't trust Tua the body. That's always been that way. But I would have never drafted Herbert. So to me, I don't care about Herbert. He doesn't matter to me. Okay, he's going to have to prove me wrong that he actually has the moxie to get it done. Okay, I don't see that from the guy. I'm sorry. I see a boatload of talent, a physical freak. There's no doubt about that. I just don't see that it. I just don't see it. I haven't seen it much. Even against the Dolphins. Shitty-ass secondary, mediocre-ass defense, and you can only put one touchdown up on them? You throw for 370 yards, and you only got one touchdown? You have to settle for a bunch of field goals. You can barely beat them by 6 points. Please. I've watched too much of him that it's just there's something there that doesn't convince me. Okay? So for me, I don't look at that way like some of you do. I was never going to pick Justin Herbert ever if I was at that pick. I think it was Wirfs or somebody like that I think I wanted that day. You know what I mean? Once they picked Tua, I said, hey, man, the kid can play. There's no doubt about it. I know he's got the injury history, but he can play. And he already proved he's a better quarterback than Herbert. But unfortunately, he's not durable. He has no durability whatsoever. And that's his real problem. Playing is not ever his issue. I never, ever had a doubt like some of you idiots. Oh, too short, noodle arm. Can't run a high-powered offense, all that stupid-ass stuff that was out there, and you're all wrong. And that's why most of you now are piling on the injury side, because a lot of you that were wrong about him playing, now you can hide behind the injury thing. You know? Very few of you ever say, dude, I was completely wrong about Tua, but damn, dude, he can't stay healthy. That sucks. I never hear it that way. I always hear, picking, he's too fragile, this, that. Get rid of him, this, that. That's all driven by all those people that were wrong that he couldn't play. Because that was the dumbest thing out there. Oh, he's too short. He has a noodle arm. He can't throw deep. He ends up becoming the most accurate deep passer in the NFL to just make a lot of you look really stupid. So I get it, man. I understand. But Justin Herbert, to me, doesn't mean shit to me. He's Jeff George that can move around a little bit. That's it. That's what I see in him. I see Jeff George. So until he proves to me that he can win big moments and come in the clutch and carry it, then I'll believe it. And then I'll say, hey, I'm wrong. I have no problem admitting that I'm wrong. But meanwhile, I don't see anything that just outside of amazing talent. I just don't see that guy yet. So hopefully for the Chargers' sake, they see it and we'll find out. Big O, I know it sucks without starters, but how can they stay competitive and not get embarrassed? Run the ball like they were that night. Stay with it. Control the hell out of the game. Ask your defense to play like they can't play because they can't play like that. Can X cover? Can X shut somebody down? No, right? So then how do you expect to be great if you got the guy that can't take away half the field? Think about that. you struggle to get basic pressure with just your base pass rush. So how do you really overcome that? And then if you got to blitz this guy, oh my God. And then they don't have the middle linebacker to spy on Josh Allen. They don't have the athletic guy. And when you catch a Landon Roberts or Melvin Ingram and they have to be out in the open field covering, oh my God, that is scary. You know, and Landon's had an awesome season, and I love Melvin Ingram and what he's done when they're playing inside. If they've got to rush, if they've got to stop the run, they're exceptional at that. That's what they do. But then when it comes to the passing game, and then when it comes to catching up to that big mammoth deer that runs, you know what I mean? It's when I watch Josh Allen play, and then I watch, the golden boy, Justin Herbert play, the fire ain't the same, dude. It's not even close. So, and I'm not asking him to do some of the crazy stuff to Josh Allen. I'm just saying, I just don't see. Josh Allen is a guy I fear. Even with his erratic moments, he has a clutch gene to him, and he has a toughness that you just, you can't measure that kind of stuff. Two has a college football championship. Herbert is just Herbert. Yeah, to me, whatever, man. My only concern ever with Tua was injury. That's it. It's the only thing I've ever been concerned about. Never been concerned about the player. I knew the player was going to be a stud, and he's a freaking stud. But you got to be reliable, man, unfortunately. And availability is a real problem with the kid, unfortunately. I follow the Pac-12 and was never a fan of Herbert, never won a thing. I know, it's just whatever. He's a beautiful talent, man. Justin Herbert is perfection. I will admit that 1,000 times over. Okay? It's perfection, dude. Size, arm, running, all that. Just give me Josh Allen's character. Give me that grit. Give me that edge. We talk about edge energy drink, how you got to have an edge in life. Give me the edge that Josh Allen plays with compared to that guy. Okay? Then we're all right. Give me the edge that Cam Newton played with Justin Herbert's talent and accuracy. And then we got something. You know what I'm saying? There's something missing there with that kid. And to me, the edge is just not there. It's just the talent is intoxicating. And so I get it. I totally understand it. And listen, maybe one day he'll prove to be that guy, and then you guys can have fun and kill me, and slam me. That's fine. It's all good. I'm a big boy. I can take it. Herbert is Drew Bledsoe 2.0. Another guy. Same thing. Like that edge. That's a good one. I like it. He's a little more athletic than Bledsoe, just like he's a little more athletic than Jeff George, but they're all kind of the same guy. Who's Nelson Alfonso? There you go. Nice one, bro. Nice one. That's kind of what he reminds me of. He reminds me of Bledsoe. He reminds me of Jeff George. Intoxicating arms, intoxicating talents. Talking about great arms from both those guys, but missing that ingredient. And that's just me. So apparently some of you also feel the same thing about Justin Herbert than I do. So to me, it's not a matter of the wrong quarterback. Okay? When you tell me that, until I see from Justin Herbert, then I'll tell you it was the wrong quarterback. But I would have drafted a lineman, not a quarterback at that spot. I had no I don't know how many of you remember this. You know who's going to remember it? Lisa. Lisa's on here all the time. You know, Lisa knows me personally also. She has my cell phone and everything. So she knows. But Lisa out in Rochester, she knows. We talked about it. She knows. I remember that I remember her, reaching out to me after he was drafted. What do you think? I go, well, he can play. Playing is not a problem with him. It's availability, the problem. That's what scares the crap out of me with Tua. And unfortunately, that's been his problem. But Herbert is not a guy I ever wanted. So for me, you guys have more ammunition. You Herbert guys, you have way more ammunition to kill me, because not only would I have not taken Herbert over Tua, okay, because if you force me to take the Tua, I'm still taking Tua. But not only that, you can kill me for saying, wow, you could have gotten a franchise quarterback in Herbert even if you didn't want Tua, but you didn't even want Herbert. You're really dumb. Actually, think about that. So the fact that I'm telling you that I didn't even want Herbert, not Tua or Herbert, you can actually kill me for that even more, that I was dumb enough to not realize that Herbert was that special. So let's wait. Let's wait. You might get your ammunition. You might be able to really, for those of you that hide in the bushes and waiting for me to make a mistake and all that, you'll have your opportunity to slam me soon if Herbert crosses that threshold of greatness. Skylar reminds me of Tyler Thigpen. No. I give Tyler Thigpen even an edge over him. Yeah, I saw that Air Force lineman, Renee. Jesus Christ, 21 years old. They didn't release the cause. Obviously, HIPAA laws, it's up to the family to release the cause. The Air Force Academy cannot. He's a lineman. What a shame, dude. 21 years old. I tell you guys all the time, right? Every day's a blessing, man. How is that young man had the world ahead of him at 21 years old? My Lord. The problem is we have a window we needed to hit on that QB pick, Big O. Luigi, I'm well aware of what's going on with the Dolphins, dude. It's just a matter of a discussion and a disagreement that some of us have. All right? And some of you are flip-floppers. Some of you probably never even wanted one of the quarterbacks, or you wanted one of the guys, or you're not, and you're just trying to cover your asses here with all the complaints about, this guy was a wrong pick, and we needed a quarterback for years, bro. For decades, we've needed a quarterback. But the bottom line is, Tua is the best quarterback by miles over anybody since Marino. Okay? I can't tell you to just get rid of the kid. I get his issue. I know what his issue is. But that's why I told, like that other guy, we got to bring somebody in to compete with him. Really? Who are you going to bring in to take his job? There's no answer to that, because there's no realistic name that's coming in here to compete with him that could possibly take his job. Tom Brady could possibly take his job, but he's not coming here. Derek Carr, I actually think Tua is a better quarterback than Derek Carr. By far, by the way, over Carr. I'd rather have, if they're both healthy for a game, I'd rather have Tua over Derek Carr, personally. But Derek Carr is not going to come here either, because he's more than good enough. There are so many bad teams that need a quarterback that they're going to call the guy and say, hey, we need a quarterback. We're a pretty good team. Can you help us? Whatever. I mean, if you're the Titans, you obviously made a mistake with Malik Willis, because if you signed Joshua Dobbs off the street and started him over him, then Malik Willis is light years behind. He's not going to be ready next year. That's for sure. And if you watched him play, oh my God, he was, he's so green, so raw. There are so many teams that could actually say, hey, we're a Derek Carr away from compete. The Jets could say, We got a hell of a defense, running game. We get Breece Hall back. Come on over here, help us. That's not a bad pick that's not a bad player to go over there to the Jets, as much as, I'm not a Jets guy, but legit. There's a couple of teams in the league that could make a nice little jump for themselves if they get Derek Carr. And it's not going to be the Dolphins. And plus, Derek Carr is going to get a big-ass contract and signing bonus and all that. You don't bring in a big contract signing bonus to compete with Tua. Oh, man. Big O, like I said before, and you mentioned it, when Herbert played us, he only had 1 TD. Then if you look at the season, him and Tua both have 25 TDs. Tua only had 400 attempts compared to Herbert's 699. Exactly. Tua's the better passer, bro. He's the better QB. It's just he can't stay healthy. That's Tua's problem. That's it. Plenty of you were already proven way wrong on Tua Tagovailoa. Okay? Two Extreme says, Big O, you were pounding the table for Tristan Wirfs. I remember it like yesterday. And at the time, everyone had Tua higher than Herbert and even had some of them higher than Burrow if it wasn't for the hip. Exactly. So, by the way, how has Tristan Wirfs had a decent career? Okay. Just in case. So before you laugh at me with the whole Herbert Tua thing, and by the way, if Herbert doesn't work out, and if Tua, unfortunately, doesn't work out, don't pick on me. Okay? The guy I wanted, he's done just fine. Just fine. So that's all I'm saying. But, when sports and business collide, there's something that we like to do. We like the KSDT Sports Business Report. All right. So I think you guys would probably figure this, but the ratings for the national championship game were absolutely terrible. The 65-7 blowout drew only 17 million viewers for ESPN's family of channels. So remember, it's not just one. It was like on 5 networks. Right? ESPN, ESPN News, ESPN2, ABC. They were all over the place, right? So think about that. ESPN's main broadcast reportedly averaged 16.6 viewers, though the Field Pass with Pat McAfee show, which featured the former punter and his friends, 423,000. So that's a small window there for that. Now, overall, the bright side for college football playoff and ESPN is that this season's semifinal thrillers did just fine in the ratings department. Fiesta, 21.7 million viewers, in the Peach Bowl, 22.4 million on New Year's Eve. But unfortunately, the ratings for the game were absolutely bad. And it reminded me of something. So I went back and did a little homework. And this is what happens a lot of times with big games. You run the risk of, you could have incredible ratings if you have a great performance and you have something magical happen. People want to tune in, all that kind of stuff, right? But the other thing that can happen is the risk of having a shitty game that all of a sudden tanks your ratings, right? So I go, man, I remember the Super Bowl run. And I went back to look at it. 1984 in Tampa Bay. Raiders rout Washington 38-9. 85, Stanford. Niners pound our Dolphins 38-16. 86, Superdome. Chicago routs New England. Miami should have been there. 46-10. 3 or 4 fumbles? Might have been 3. 87, Rose Bowl. Giants rout the Broncos 39-20. Sammy Winder and company, along with Elway. In 88 at Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego, Washington routs Denver once again, 42-10. Those were the years where John Elway was called a choker because he would get pounded and they would lose like crazy. Oh, Elway's a choker. Oh, no, Elway's playing with a crappy team. Great quarterbacks also need help. But he goes out with a bang with two championships because he got a defense and a running game. Wow, what a concept. Anyway, so 88 Jack Murphy Stadium, Washington beats Denver 42-10. Then there was a blip in 89 at Joe Robbie Stadium right here where San Francisco beat Cincinnati 20-16. Stanley Wilson Sr., his son also plays now. Stanley Wilson Sr. caught in a cocaine haze in a hotel room, and he couldn't play that night. Cincy, hell of a game. San Fran with the major comeback, they win. And then in 90, San Fran came back and routed Denver, because Elway's a choker, 55-10. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 of the 7 Super Bowls in that streak were terrible Super Bowls. It got to a point where we would talk to each other and say, oh, wow, bro, we're going to get another terrible Super Bowl. I get it. A lot of you weren't even around, even born. You have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. But some of the older men and women out there that kind of lived it, they know what I'm talking about. And the national championship game kind of reminded me, I hope that doesn't happen to college football, that they go on some kind of a streak. But that is the thing about those great games that you're waiting for. And you hope it is a good one, because if not, like, that game was unwatchable. Why would you keep watching that unless you're a Georgia fan? You know what I mean? Or I guess TCU, if you just want to kind of hang in there because you want to look at something you'll never be at again, basically. Rub-a-dub-dub, a man in a tub, says Herbert's. Oh, I'm sorry. That is your KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
Rub-a-dub-dub says Herbert throwing yards means nothing. His first 2 seasons, he had a bunch of garbage time years and average like 40 pass attempts a game. Yeah, hey, man, time will answer all, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about it. There's no hurry here. We'll all find out at the same time. That's it. Young Bucks, old goats. Herbert's on his way to the Hall of Fame. Tuna on his way to the hospital. Tuna? What happened? What happened to Parcells? Something happened to Parcells? Sean, you know something about Parcells going to the hospital? This guy says Tuna's going to the hospital. I hope Parcells is all right, bro.
I think you might have my problem with the fat fingers on the text.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's something going on with Parcells we don't know about. Big O, has anybody made the comparison between Tua and Derrick Rose? Huge ceiling, but can't stay healthy. What lessons can be learned from that? Well, see, here's the thing. This year's a little different issue because of the concussions. It's not really physical injuries. It's more concussions. So the Derrick Rose thing, you can't avoid just playing and your body just wear and tear and you can't, deal with it. His problem, and I've proved it over and over again, every time he holds on to the ball too damn long is when he gets himself in trouble. If he would make decisions quickly, it's not like, his first 2 years, you guys remember, he would take a snap and he was being pressured right away. That puts you at risk. These guys this year gave him more than enough time to pass the ball in 2.8 seconds. And that's his issue. So I think it's fixable. He didn't take a lot of brutal shots this year. He didn't hold on to it as much. But when he did, a couple times, well, the one in Buffalo wasn't holding on to it. The one for Cincinnati and the one against Green Bay, those were holding it on. The one in Buffalo was a dirty hit by Milano. By the way, dirty hit, but he's still a hell of a player. I gotta say, Rodney says there was definite run. There was definitely a run in Super Bowls where the NFC would destroy the AFC. It was a run for about 13 years, you believe? Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but you had some good games. But there was that stretch. God, that stretch was bad, dude. It was like a really bad game after a really bad game. And John Elway's Broncos chipped in a lot during that stretch because every time they went to a Super Bowl, they got embarrassed because it wasn't a good team. It was just a miracle that he got there, Let's see. The problem is stuff will happen no matter how quickly he gets rid of the ball. Well, it hasn't happened that way. That really hasn't been the case. That's the thing, Shelby. Look at his injuries. All his injuries and the concussions pretty much have been from holding on to the ball every single time, except the Milano one. That's it. Outside of that, every other one has been pretty much that he's held on to the ball too long. Oh, and the Jesse Davis one, that the guy blew right past Jesse Davis and crushed him, and he had the rib injury. But more often than not, it's been that he's held on to the ball too long. By the way, did you guys see Charles Johnson, the former wide receiver? The young man, well, still young to pass away at this age. At 50 years old, he committed suicide. Apparently, took some drugs and overdosed. And I just want to mention this. People are different nowadays than they have been in the past. And depression is something that is a major issue in our society. I think people were better at dealing with things and keeping them quiet and dealing, in decades ago. But it just seems like nowadays it seems like it's a little harder, and that we have more of these tragedies go on than ever. And I just think that what we have to do as friends and family members and coworkers, and man, if somebody's hurting, take a couple moments to listen. Try to help, because you just wonder if Charles had anybody that he could lean on, or were people noticing that he was hurting? Was he showing that he was hurting? Sometimes they don't show. So sometimes it's not on the people around you. Look at Junior Seau. That thing just came out of nowhere, and not a lot of people thought that was going to happen. So some people are hurting quietly. But if you know somebody that is not hurting quietly, man, try to help them out. Be a friend. Be a great family member. Be a great loved one. Try to help people out, man. Young man was 50 years old. And, 50, you still got some life left, man. Just a really sad story, former wide receiver. And this happens every day in our world. Oh, it's probably happening every hour as we speak. Somewhere. We find out about Charles Johnson because, there's a sports show. So these are part of the sports headlines. But this is happening in our local paper every day, whether you're in Miami or Birmingham or New York City or San Francisco. It doesn't matter. You got to take some time to listen, man, and help some people out. Because when you see stories like that, it just kind of gets to you, man. You feel bad for the person. 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always, baby, because that is a 24-hour talk show. When we tell you, folks, when we tell you about the great people at Cutter's Edge Pro, we love talking about William. We love talking about Mike. And I love seeing my front yard and my backyard look so exceptional. And it is just an awesome feeling because it just it takes your home, your business, your condominium complex, it takes it to the next level when you add the proper landscaping. And you also bring life to your backyard. Like that's what we've done. Adding trees, adding shade, adding the artificial turf. My dogs love it. They get to roll around. They don't pick up any dirt. They run inside the house. They don't pick up any dirt. They don't bring any if it's raining, it drains quickly. They're not picking up any mud and bringing it into the house. I mean, it is freaking awesome. And it is so easy to maintain. And you're going to save thousands in the long run because over the years, you know how much you're spending cutting the grass and watering the lawn? You don't even do any of that. It's a beautiful thing, and it always looks perfect. It's awesome, man. Artificial turf is awesome, and we got a putting green also, so I get to work on my short game a little bit. We were doing it over the weekend, me and the wife. We get to hang around. We have a little Edge energy drink, a little vodka, a little Edge, and then Cutter's Edge, giving us the edge of enjoying our backyard, which is a beautiful thing. So if you're looking to take your home to the next level and you want to, your landscaping or it's not looking very good or you're completely unhappy, like our backyard was just a grass and bad grass too. It was just brown or green or whatever. It was an ugly situation. And now we have an oasis. So create your own oasis. Reach out to my friends at cuttersedgepro.com. Go to the Instagram page, Cutter's Edge Pro. Go check out a lot of the before and after work that they do. They're always posting all kinds of images every single day. Great family atmosphere. They service Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. They are your total landscape solution. They do everything, lawns and landscape maintenance for medium to large HOAs and condominiums. They do it all, folks. Go call William or Mike. Tell them that Big O sent you. 954-472-0622. And if you do get the artificial turf because you have dogs like we do, you're welcome, okay? Because it's going to be one of the best investments you've ever made in your entire life, man. It's awesome when you always open up the backyard and it always looks manicured and perfect. You know what I mean? Which is impossible to say with natural grass all the time, especially in South Florida where it's constantly raining, man. It is tough. Anyway, so reach out to our folks at cuttersedgepro.com. Eric Rash says, let's see, don't know King Short, but he's been ruled out. Because King Short says, how do they Tua won't be cleared in time to play? I think the part that you're missing, my man, is they don't care. They wanted to end it and say, no, he's not playing. And that's it. So I don't think they want to even take the chance. And I think they're going in the direction that I wanted them to go in. And that's it. So that's the end of the story. And you move on and you play without him. And I know it sucks. I get it. You got no shot without him. But what are you going to do? I think this is the best thing to do for Tua long term. For those of us that actually give a shit about the Dolphins and care about Tua and want some long-term success because we have no idea where the hell you're going to find another quarterback. Yes, sir. The Sean Allen.
No, I was going to say also in that press conference at the very end, I think it was Ruthie Polinsky asked if Tua would be traveling with the team. And he said he has to wait to get the clearance from the doctors. Right now, he is not even cleared to travel with the team. So that'll give you some insight, I guess, too, to where it may be at.
Yep, that's it. Big O is the worst Dolphins guy I've ever seen. He represents Miami's teams, but crystal on them 24/7. I crystal on them 24/7. What does crystal mean? I don't know what that means. Does he mean crap on them 24/7? Yeah, that's what I do. Oh, yeah. I'm super negative every single day. Cries on them. Okay. I cry on them. Okay, I cry on them 24/7. All right. Let me wipe the tears. I got game. First meeting versus the Bills had 500 total yards. Miami had 200. Miami only had 32 rushing yards. Defense needs to step up like the first game needs turnovers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's going to happen. Make sure you hold your breath for that one. Okay? Hold your breath. God, so how many more years of the noodle experiment should be allowed? I think at least 15 more years. I think that's the perfect amount of time. That way, with the 3 you have, that's 18 years. I like that. That should be enough to get you off the Dolphins bandwagon forever. How is it crying on them, Dylan, to say that they have no chance without Tua? They have no chance without Tua. There you go. We did it. We did it. He wanted it. We cried over them. We gave it to him. By the way, those of you that want to rock out a little bit, Tesla is touring in 2023. There's a whole bunch of tour dates. You can go check it out. They're in Vegas, May 17th through the 25th. So my friends there in the Magic City can enjoy that. They will be here at in Tampa on January 19th at the Hard Rock Event Center. And May 5th, they're going to be at Lake Buena Vista at the House of Blues. And January 11th, they will be I'm sorry. No, not January 11th. That's it. Those are the only dates for Tesla. There you go. What I have on January 11th to wrap up a little music news for all of you out there. Today in music history on January 11th, some pretty cool stuff. 1967 on this date, the Jimi Hendrix Experience recorded "Purple Haze Are in My Veins" at Delane Lea Studios in London. Isn't it amazing how Jimi Hendrix had to go to London to find his mojo and all that? Like the English knew his greatness before the Americans knew it. And he's an American. It's the weirdest thing. Anyway, in 75, Led Zeppelin played Kashmir. Da-na-na, da-na-na. Remember, when you're going out with a chick, you got to play side B of Led Zeppelin 4. Anyway, it happened during a gig in Ahoy in Rotterdam, Holland, the band's first show in 18 months. It was a warm-up concert for their forthcoming North American tour, and they also debuted The Rain Song, No Quarter, Trampled Underfoot, and Sick Again, but it was Kashmir that concertgoers likely remembered the most. I'm right. I love the Immigrant Song. I come from the land of the ice and snow. In 1985, Brazil held their first ever Rock in Rio festival. That, my friends, is on my bucket list. I need to go to a Rock in Rio. The event saw sets from Queen, Rod Stewart, AC/DC, Whitesnake, Yes, and Iron Maiden. Organizers claimed it was the biggest festival ever. In 92, Nirvana's appeared on Saturday Night Live that same day. Nevermind went to number 1 on the charts. Number 1 on the charts. Number 1 in your hearts. That is what happened today in music history. Okay. Big O, you need to give it to Poupart more about his no drop-off with Tua and Teddy. No, Kevin, I gave it to him before it even happened. You know what I mean? I busted his balls before it even happened. because I knew was going to happen before it happened. So it didn't matter to me. Like, anybody that would think that Teddy is anywhere near Tua is out of their mind. And Alan Poupar is completely out of his mind if he thinks that Teddy Bridgewater at any point in his career now, 5 years ago, or when he came in the league was even close to Tua, is out of his mind. Tua is an elite passer. Period. End of story. There's only one knock on Tua, his physical availability. That's a problem. The problem is not that he can play. He can play at the highest level because he is the highest rated passer in the NFL. Period. End of story. Those are the facts. Teddy Bridgewater couldn't become the highest rated passer if his life depended on it. If he rubbed Will Smith out of the genie bottle and said, please make me the NFL's leading passer, and Will says, I'm not that good of a genie, that's what would happen. Okay? So I busted his balls leading up to it, and it's just like, after that, it becomes clubbing seals. It's just, there's no challenge anymore. It's just, I've beaten it down already at this point. We love him, but he was way wrong on that one. Dolphin 13, 85 Chicago versus Miami Monday night at the Orange Bowl. Marino picked them apart. They had to stop the game 8 times because Jim McMahon could not hear himself. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was 8. I was there. Well, I don't know if it was 8 times, but yeah, they stopped it a couple times. I talked about the one with the Polish Rifle with Ron Jaworski. Same thing. That was a Monday night game also. Hooked up Joe. Well, this guy's hooked up. Tua is only number 1 in yards per average, yards per catch, passer rating, and tied for TDs per attempt. Yet he is called noodle arm by some people. I don't want us to draft him for durability reasons, but damn, he is good. Yeah. He's an exceptional quarterback. He's a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback. Okay? But kid's got to stay healthy. That happens. Right? That's what we used to say about Terrell Davis, right? If he stayed healthy, he would have been a Hall of Famer. I know Gale Sayers made it into the Hall, and that's kind of questionable, but that's what we used to say about Gale Sayers too, right? Well, dude, Gale Sayers is clearly a Hall of Fame talent. He just couldn't stay healthy. Same thing with Tua, bro. That's the way I look at him. He's a Hall of Fame talent. Can he stay healthy? The only concern you should have ever had about Tua is that. That's it. And it's been the problem, unfortunately. Chargers are losing this week. Jax has a very good coach, and Staley is beyond horrible. Well, we'll see if the quarterback steps up. It's up to the quarterback to make the plays. Maybe he steps up and beats the Jags, Nothing Tua has done has said he's a Hall of Fame talent. No, nothing at all. Of course not. No, of course. If he puts up these kind of stats every year, he would never be a Hall of Fame talent. Of course not. You're right about that, bro. You're right. That is so true. Why put up these kind of stats would never get you into the Hall of Fame. Yeah, you're right. And I can't argue with that one. Whew. Okay. You hanging around with Smush Parker or something? Okay, we are out of here. We thank Cameron Wolf. We thank Matt Verderame. We thank, of course, Sean Allen, a.k.a. Sean Stanley, but the Sean Allen. And by the way, it looks like it's official, Sean. Your show will officially come back next week now that we know that Tua's not playing this week. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that? Anyway. We thank Sean Stanley, of course, who masters this entire platform, Cameron Wolf, Matt Verderame, all of you that tuned in, all of you that sent in a text. Thank you for liking and smashing that like button or subscribing to the show or hitting the notification bell. That is very important. Thanks to all of you that made a donation through Cash App or Venmo. Appreciate all of you out there. Remember, you can always send in a little Bitcoin through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. We will see you tomorrow live from Hialeah Park at 10 a.m. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.